Hello, everybody. Welcome back to part five, Charlie, Donna, Jailhouse calls. I just had a quick skip through the call 20 we're on. We're going to do call 20 and 21 today, folks. I just had a quick skip through to see if I could grab some context for a title or a description. The only thing I could get was that Charlie Adelson is disappointed that they didn't have a mailman on his jury. He thinks if there had been a mailman on his jury, or if he'd have had a jury made up entirely of mailmen, then they would have had the opportunity to understand Wendy's routes that she took that day, because they know all about how many routes there are to get to different places, different addresses, cut throughs, shortcuts, long ways round, avoiding traffic. He thinks that if they'd have had I think they did have a mailman come in to jury selection, and he had to use one of his exes to get him off the out of the jury pool. But now he looks back and thinks that that was a mistake. Oh, I know it gets repetitive, guys, but really, I haven't been able to stop. I've just been listening to about 15 minutes of a random section, and it's brilliant all the way through. I don't know about all the way through, but there's patches, aren't there? Yes, we have to listen to him say over and over again, the Wendi drove down Trescott and Kappelman had help with their PowerPoint. It gets insane how much he repeats himself. But it's still awesome, and we've come this far. We're not going to just bail on it now and go and do something else. We're finishing the project we started. Okay, so that's what we're doing today, guys. Welcome everybody in the chat. How are you? I'm not that great. I don't know how much I'm going to be able to talk today because my fucking toothache is back, and now it's serious. The pain is going all the way through my face and my head and into my brain, and how many of these have I had? Well, I've had a bunch of those, and I think they're not that great. I mean, how many milligrams is that? That's like 1,200 milligrams of ibuprofen. So good luck with that. I'm doing okay. I just took another 3, so hopefully they soothe out my searing agony, and we can continue with the show. Oh! I'll be okay. Where's the video? Here it is.
Hi, honey.
Hey. Hi, Charles.
Hey
guys.
It's so weird. I saw you try twice. All it did is come up voicemail. It never rang.
Yeah.
It never did anything. It just kept. I think you had that with 3 one time.
Yeah, I think Donna's finally trying to not answer the phone. Now she's like, yeah, you called and we tried to pick up. But it just said voicemail. Voicemail. We tried a few times.
Voicemail. So
Yeah.
I said, look, try again. I figured you'd try again this, or you would try Dad's phone. But I figured eventually you'll get it. So never think badly of. Yeah, sorry.
No. I talked to Mike yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
About the boat.
Yeah. So I told him that, you don't need to, it's not like you got to go do it tomorrow or anything.
Right.
But that is convenient.
Does he have it now, or is it at the house?
No, the house waiting for me to come home.
It's at the house. Mm-hmm. So you told him. Did you
I told him to call Janice. Yeah, I told him to call Janice. And told him to call Janice, like, when he gets, like, there's no rush. I mean, obviously the guy's working, he's got a business, he's got a wife. So I'm like, in the next week or two, just call her, then make arrangements, and pick it up. And he's like, well, you want me to sell it to you? What do you want to do? I was like, listen. He's like, I'll keep it in the warehouse for you. And I said, well, I don't see myself using it anytime soon. And he's like, come on, you gotta think positive. I'm like, well, if you need the space, or something, like, let's sell it. But if not, it's like, I'll keep it there for you. If I need the space, I'll let you know, but if I don't need the space,
Okay.
we'll keep it in the warehouse.
Okay.
So I'm like, all right. So like, maybe that's like, mentally that'll feel good.
Yeah, actually, I like that he's going to do that. That's good.
So he's like, no, he's like, if you want, I'll sell it. But like, I don't mind. I'll keep it. I'll turn it on for you on a charger. Just yeah.
Good. Okay. I think that's good. I think that's nice that he's doing that, and I think it's good.
So
Okay, so at least I know what's happening with that. Okay.
yeah. The dad took all the handymen out of the house a long time ago, right?
Almost all. We have to go back. We have to open the safe again. Yeah. Almost all, honey. Everything that you were worried about. Everything we have.
I mean, like some stuff I wanted with enrollment, but obviously, stuff now.
Right. And we know, and Wendi knows exactly who it should go to. And we've already discussed that with her. Actually, Dad did that with her today. So she saw it, she knows. So, yes, it's for roaming.
Yeah.
Yes.
I want to put stuff in there, like, you have to go to college before you get started things. And, like, that's what I do something.
All right, listen to me, Charlie. I know about the trust. Susan was here. Yes, was it yesterday? I lost track of the days. Yesterday, she was here. We went over everything with her. I know when he's supposed to get certain things. That does not mean. That doesn't mean that. I mean, there's enough there. He doesn't have to wait until that age. He wants camp. He needs clothes. He needs whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. He'll have everything. I promise you. He will have everything that he needs. Okay? So he's not going to be, calling and saying, oh my
There's enough there, is there, Donna? Well, how much? We all want to know how much.
God, I need this, I need that. It's not going to happen. She'll call us and we will take care of it. So do not worry about Roman. He'll be well cared for.
And then what? Yeah. If anything ever happens to you, she'll look after the stuff for him.
And if anything happens to us, Michael takes care of him. And because of the age, Michael and Dad are not kids. Because of that, anything with Michael, Wendi will look after it. And she's taking this very seriously, and she knows, and believe me, she will do everything right for them.
Yeah, right.
So
Yeah.
we're not there.
It's okay.
don't
Don't
know.
worry about your young son, Charlie, because Wendy's going to take good care of him. We're going to put all the money with Wendi. Don't do it.
We're still here, so it's got a way to go. But yeah, but because of our ages, we ain't going to be here when Roman is older. So especially at the age that you set it up. So this way, Wendi will take care of him. Her nephew should take care of him. You don't have to even think twice about it. Trust me. Okay? He'll be fine.
I'd like me.
That's good that Mike is taking care of the boat.
Yeah, that's nice that he's doing that.
Yeah,
Really.
it's good.
Yeah.
Charles, every day, this is just what you said. You're in shock. We all are. This is unexpected. And it's terrible, and you're in a shitty place right now, and can't even get out of there. I mean, little by little, I don't know if it's going to be today or tomorrow. I told you what he said. It could be 48 hours, could be another day. I mean, he's trying, but he has no control. He could just talk to them and, make that effort. He can't do anything else. So,
Yeah.
just think, okay, maybe I'll get out of here today or tomorrow, and things will start to just move a little bit. Just move the needle a little bit every day, just a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay?
Wally, you still there?
Yeah.
It's like every chicken when he was making his will out, he still had his kids for like 3 more years. This is like,
I know.
I'm just saying, like, to win an appeal, to get a new trial, to get a change of venue with a new trial, to get all 12 people to agree with you, all the time that you're going to be prepping and being refreshed and going over everything to something that I'm not going to be as fresh and as recent as it is now to, you know, to go ahead and like,
You know, you say that now because you're not even 48 hours into this, but don't sell yourself short. You have other people that care about you. Things can happen. Okay, so just.
Yeah. No, I get it. I just feel also like, listen, things come back on appeal on cases, but when it's the biggest case of people's career, like when you're a judge and it's the biggest case you've ever looked after, and you're a prosecutor and it's the biggest case you've ever done, like, you're not looking to make mistakes to get it back on appeal. You're looking to err in a direction that would make it impossible to come back on appeal. You know, like if you wanted to rule hard on certain things, you rule soft. If there's less things that, you know, you can't say, like, if you made an improper ruling and didn't allow me to bring in certain evidence, well then that's a good reason to bring it back. But if you're ruling with the defendant, you can't say that you ruled against me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the guy that I was friendly with here he got into a fight with someone and supposedly he took a Corningware dishware and broke it over the guy's head and then stole his car. And then he got like 15 years in prison for it, right? And they actually charged him. They overcharged him. It should have just been like assault and battery. But they actually charged him with attempted murder. Mm-hmm. And so because of the fight, anyway, that's his version of it. So his grandmother got him an attorney. The attorney charged him $7,500 to do the case. And the attorney, like when he showed up in court, the defendant, the victim testified, right? His attorney kept calling the victim who was testifying by the wrong name. He didn't even pay attention to remember the guy's name who was the victim. So he got sentenced to like, I don't know, 15 or 20 years. And he was there for 10 years. And he was able to get like some part thrown out on appeal. And he was in prison for 10 years.
Popping pills like an Adelson. You know it, man. Shit. Mom, take a pill. Make dad take a pill.
And then he got 5 years probation. And then he was out. And then like 4 months into being on probation, he tested positive for cocaine. And he said it was because his stepson had killed himself. He said he thought he was just doing it to split his wrist to get attention, but he actually used a straight, like, barber trimmer that you trim a beard with. An old-fashioned one, a big barber. He split his wrist and died in the house. So he went off the deep end and was doing cocaine again. And he failed his drug test. They had him here in Leon County for a probation violation for 16 months for testing positive. He was here for 14 months, and then they sent him to a 6-month rehab program. But I think what it was they suspended the sentence for 15 years. So by that one probation violation, the prosecutor who was here before wanted to send him back to prison for 15 years for a probation violation. Because once you I had learned a lot about the law here. Once you violate your probation, they could send you back to the full amount of the sentence that was suspended. So he's out on probation, but
That's why they call it a suspended sentence, you dickhead. You know, anybody who watches, it's not just because we all follow cases know this shit. Anybody who watches TV understands more than Charlie Adelson, right? I mean, fucking hell. if you violate your probation, then you go back and have to serve your sentence. Yeah, yeah. That's why. That's why it's called that. Fucking dickhead.
He's got basically 15 years hanging over his head if he violates. If he violates, and the guy was going to send him back for 15 years. It doesn't even go to the judge. It's already signed up with the courts.
If I got let out of jail on probation with a 15-year sentence hanging over my head if I break probation, I wouldn't be touching any cocaine, you know. I would be a fucking altar boy, you know. What's your problem? Just see it through, man. Just see it through. Be good for the probation, and then do what you want. Then you'll be a citizen again without a 15-year sentence hanging over you.
It's called a PRR, like probation, reoffender, something or other. When you violate probation, you automatically get those 15 years. So that prosecutor left town after being here for 10 years.
Warm salt water. Thank you, California Amy. Rinse often with warm salt water. Metrix. I'm going to go and get some of that now because this is killing me. I don't have any cloves. Yeah. Warm salt water. That I can do.
You got a new person
I'll be back in a moment.
on, and he was able to delay it long enough that they gave him just 6 months of drug rehab. So he got very, very lucky because the other prosecutor was the one who sent him away for like 20 years, and he came back on appeal for ineffective counsel, and he was able to show that for an attempted murder case, a private attorney should be he's like, an attempted murder case, a private attorney should be anywhere from like 50 to 75,000 to do a case like that. Because of the amount of time that's involved, right? This guy charged him $7,500 total for the whole case. He's like, this guy didn't read anything in the file. I mean, that's including everything he had to do in the case, showing up, taking the case to court, taking the case to trial. $7,500. So he was able to show the court, like, look, the guy didn't do anything. Not only did he was able to show the court that he effective counsel. Like, there's no way that you could do this case for $7,500. What he did was he took my money, he didn't learn about the case. He probably spent 3 hours reading it, and then showed up to court, and he was calling the victim the wrong name the whole time. So he actually got really lucky. He did bash the guy over the head with a warning dish wire and break it over his head. And he said, like, he would have been found guilty with a really good attorney. So it's kind of ironic because he had such a bad attorney, he got like part of his conviction thrown out by effective counsel. Crazy, right?
Yeah.
But they found me guilty on all 3 charges. I didn't even read them, but
It wasn't necessary.
but it was done on purpose. So it was like, if you ever came back on one, you got to come back on all 3. You know, it was basically, it was, and you know, when Dan I used to talk on the phone, and he'd be like, I see you coming home in the car with me. Like, I picture myself driving you home from Tallahassee. You know what? Even though he'd say it and he believed it, you know, I tell you, like, what I felt in my.
David Anderson Kirk says, making teriyaki chicken wings for today's episode. I thought that was going to be another miracle tooth remedy. Teriyaki chicken. Okay, good. Well, enjoy it, David.
God, I never felt it. I always thought, man, that would be amazing. Play along, that would be amazing. I never like.
Do you know how many times I said, oh, we're going to meet you here, we're going to meet you there? I said, Billy and I are walking out of that courthouse. I'm driving him home. I want to do it. Whatever you say there. It wasn't like, it wasn't something he said. He meant it.
Yeah. No, he knew. He said, look, we're going to have an answer for everything because you're innocent. Like, you can have a logical answer. But you can't have a logical answer for it. Why is she showing up at the scene of the crime? Yeah. And then it makes it seem like you're coming up with excuses. It really does. When I told someone that was she really there, I was like, yeah, that's really true. You know what they said? That's got to be like 1 in a million. I think it was family from Detroit. And I said, no, she was really there. He was like, you gotta be kidding me. That's like, the odds of that. He's always like an odd guy. You know who we're talking about, right?
Me too. I do.
And he's like, you gotta be kidding me. That's like 1 in a million. Like you can't even imagine the odds. And I go, that happened. Right after she spoke to her mom and her brother that morning. Like, the reason for her being on Trescott at 12:30 never sounded right to anyone. Except that's what happened. She was going to the liquor store. She used to go from that house, and that was a lot of times she did. And I think it should have been brought out. I mean, I think I did bring it out, but then it's belabored. When I went to dinner with her, they sat us at the bar. The drinks that they give you are those martinis, and they're really, really sweet.
There's no DoorDash here, Amy. California, Amy. There's Uber Eats, I think, but I don't really eat takeout.
But they're loaded with alcohol. So she had 1 drink at the bar, and we sat down at the table. We had 1 drink with dinner. What I should have said is that those drinks are like 3 shots each one. So you have someone on an empty stomach who has like a 0 alcohol tolerance, who just had 2 sweet drinks, but it's the equivalent of 6 shots. They put almost 3 ounces of alcohol in each martini. So that's like the equivalent of having 6 glasses of wine on an empty stomach on a girl who weighs 120 pounds who has no alcohol tolerance. She doesn't drink ever. Last time she went to a liquor store she was married 3 or 4 years earlier. That's the one she went to. And she'd pick it up on the way to lunch. Like, that's the real reason. Nothing to see here. Probably the one time that she left that house, she drove by at 12:30 without having a reason to be at the house. Like, how many miles away is she?
She doesn't drink ever. I mean, Jeff Lacasse said that she drank her dinner most evenings. That means 2 bottles of wine, okay? Which is a lot. Jeff Lacasse said that he had to cancel plans and come and help her when she fell down in the bathroom after drinking 1.5 bottles of Pinot Noir while looking after the kids on her own. Fell down, bruised up all around, drunk. Great. Yeah, she never drinks alcohol. Okay.
How many different ways to get there? All these Trescott. You've done that down. You probably had jurors sitting back there discussing this thing. Do we believe that she just happened to meander by there at 12:30 on the 18th on her own? Do we believe her? And if you don't believe her, you really don't need to listen to both of you. You don't need to listen to anything else. You just go, well, what happened that day got her to where she wanted to be. So I don't even think it's more reason that she was in the vested interest in driving by that house. She couldn't help herself. Sounds good.
The way she worded it.
She couldn't help herself. I mean, acting like Dan was being a straight shooter and being honest and like breaking it down and explaining the case to people and like doing like being a lawyer. She is like she became like
The two says, what? Power off. Why power off? The two says, I want a credit card check on all the liquor stores. We could verify this in a heartbeat, but we don't need to because we know the truth.
The guy on the radio said, "This Kaplan made it all seem like a movie and made it real. It was like watching a 2-hour movie on the case."
He's right. He's right.
And that's true. She put a 2-hour movie together with autopsy photos 2 or 3 times, and it was basically, do you believe Wendi? Do you think she had a motive? Do you think that she wanted to move to South Florida? Here's the family's emails. Relocation is #1 priority. As soon as she drove down Prescott and she saw what happened from #1 priority, #1 family's priority, you see it in her writing, happened. What a coincidence.
Yeah.
Like,
No,
lay it out.
lay it out.
She had to say, lay it out, and she could have found the heaven. And, you know, if Wendy fought her on the relocation thing, she would have seemed like a liar, but it wasn't that important. So then Wendy really, at that point, when he realized she was going to be in Tallahassee a long time, it wasn't that big of a deal.
It wasn't.
So Wendy kind of like, they made it seem like Wendy didn't care that much. Well, the back end was not attacked. She wants you to believe that she doesn't care about staying in Tallahassee. Well, that's why you're writing a book and you're talking about your motive of leaving. You had no intention of wanting to stay there. You were felt trapped. You know, the email says relocation, relocation, relocation. Know your order. #1 priority. Put the kids in Nazi uniforms. Yeah. Once she drove down Prescott that day, she knew she was out of there. And 2 days later, she was out of there. But she changed the kids' names, and she, didn't let the grandparents see the kids. I mean, they make all those facts get spun, not reality, but evil. They make you sound sick and evil. And then once they make you sound sick and evil, you can't sound like somebody that's like, oh, I didn't really care if I was making a life for myself in Tallahassee. No, not the life you wanted. Not the life you got. Once you could just have leave and no one stopping you, and then you left within 48 hours, did you? Yeah.
You know, sometimes I think, Charlie, that I was just going to say it's off topic, but not. Sometimes I think you have like ESP. So, I don't know, 15 minutes ago, you said something to us about U.S. legal. So, at 3:05, what time is it? 3:10. So, five minutes ago, I see an email from Alex.
Oh,
it
nice.
seems that, yeah, because
John Smith, that was me. I was pouring water and getting another ibuprofen.
Dad has been digging into this since last year, and then we finally found out that the check was mailed, even though we had moved. It was mailed to the Icon, and remember Gene at the front desk?
Right.
He signed for it. We found that. I mean, we were literally like little investigators here. So we got that information, and then it took. Dad went to Wells Fargo. He went to different people there. Then it finally had to go to the legal department. A whole to-do, and then the end result is that the only person at that point who could pick it up was Alex or you.
Yeah, what it is, I had a power of attorney that they would not accept.
They wouldn't accept it. So in any case,
Alex
he just took a picture of it. He said, I got it. Let me know the address to send it. So
That was a $5,000 check.
Yeah.
Yep, a little over 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was what we were trying to do.
But the two big things for Ryan are going to be, he was writing checks to people that don't exist in real life. So I was writing checks to like Kyle and Nicholas, and then he told me I was funding cases of Nicholas, except he was taking those checks, and he had someone on the inside of the bank or going to a check cashing store and then cashing it. And then when I closed the company and I wanted to find out what's going on with Nicholas Cage, he said, client is in jail. He sent me back, the client was in jail. The client is incarcerated. But what he was doing was I was lending to people that don't exist in the real world, and then he was able to cash those checks somehow, and then he was just going to lie to me and tell me the cases went belly up, and he was telling me that there were cases with the that was the institution, that was the fraud. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then the embezzlement was when I was lending to good cases, he was having to write the check to him personally. So if I lent $5,000 and the case settled for a lot of money, owed back $14,000, right? What he was doing was he had to write him a check for $1,000. So I'm lending $5,000, I'm due back $14,000, case settles, write a check to Ryan for $1,000. And then he
And
would
the
cash
firm
the
sold
check.
the rest.
What?
Sold the rest.
Well, and their client, because they were able to get their client. Wouldn't it be great if you get a $5,000 loan and then 3 years later pay back $1,000? That's got to be like the best loan business
That's
in the
a
world,
really
right?
good loan, right?
So
Really good
why
loan.
would the think that I'm taking back less? So they're signing contracts where they screwed up themselves. They signed a contract with U.S. legal funding, telling U.S. legal funding that we had a lien on the case. So when the case settles and the funds are distributed, I have to get paid back. So I put $5,000 down, paid $14,000 back. Okay. Well, the case settles, they pay $1,000 to Ryan Dispatcher. And then when I ask him what's going on with the case, he tells me it's still in litigation. I go, okay, still in litigation. No, the case has been settled and Ryan has been paid. So what the did was over 13 checks, they paid him $63,000. But the total, so they paid Ryan personally $63,000 over 13 checks. But what was actually the real amount that was owed was like $400,000 or $500,000. So he took pennies on the dollar of what was owed on the loan amount. Just like I was owed 14 and he got paid 1. I mean, I was probably owed $400,000 or $500,000 with the outstanding balance. But they paid less than principal on the loan than they paid him to Ryan. So they loved him. What a great deal. And he loved them because it's getting free money. And their clients are loving their lawyers because they're borrowing $5,000 and paying that $1 from the trust account.
Right.
And then meanwhile, they're just hoping I go to jail. I mean, it was the only thing I could have done is go call my friends and say, what the hell's Ryan doing? He told everyone I stabbed him in the back. The victim. They Aaron victim, they Tommy the victim. Would show up and be like, oh, man, I love Charlie so much, but you wouldn't believe what he did the other day. And then you tell him what I said, and then like, oh, you know what?
John Smith asks, do we know if Charlie knew they were getting the hell out of Dodge? They keep saying we're going to be here for you. I see it as Charlie urging them to get out and go. Be here for you doesn't necessarily mean we're going to be in Florida. Be here for you, support financially, manage things on the outside, etc. Charlie is urging them to go. He's saying in coded messages, I wish I'd run, and they're coming for you, you better run, basically.
I shouldn't say anything. We're going through a hard time. He's doing this every time when I told him what he said. I don't want to get involved. I don't want to get involved in this. So what happened is when I would go to Darren, I'd be like, Darren, is Ryan doing something? Like, he talking about me? Like, no, he was yelled at me. He's like, stop with this Ryan. It's got nothing to do with Ryan. Like, of course, he couldn't tell me. Yeah, my wife hates him because Ryan poured poison in her ear. The reason I'm pissed at you is because of the things you said about my kid, because Ryan told me. But here I am asking him, so maybe I have a guilty conscience, and I'm like, oh, I know I said something to Darren about Darren's kids to Ryan. So, but you think Darren wants to get involved? He's like, Mister, he's smart. He doesn't get involved in other people's shit. He's like, I got my own life to live. I don't get involved in other people's shit. I got my own stuff. Like, that's his attitude of life. Like, it's smart attitude. But like, I'm like, if I say something to you, like, I knew it had to be him. But Ryan was playing it like he cared about me so much think Garrett's going to go to the person with his source lying in and tell me like where I heard what you said? No, of course not. Here's the question: why would Ryan lie? He's been running 25 years. Why would Ryan lie? And it's a
Hey, thanks so much, Samantha Rizzuto, for the coffee on buymeacoffee.com. That is a very good coffee. Thank you, Samantha.
because he's stealing my money and he needs you to hate me. I can't go to the police and I can't.
And Samantha can't wait until Donna's trial. I think that's the general sentiment around the campfire. But it's just 12 days away now, folks. 12 days away.
So what would I do? What my friends here? What friends? The ones that hate you? Like, and I knew it. I knew that in 2017. The problem was when I was asking my friends, was Ryan behind this? Everybody didn't want to get involved. No one wanted to say, yeah, he told us, but he also told us not to say anything to you. Like, he made us promise. He poured the poison and then acted like your friend. So who wants to get involved in that shit? So but I knew, I had a feeling. I knew that's what it had to be. But he wouldn't even tell me it was that. I guess he'd turn Ryan in, and it would be in the middle of a mess. So it was like, in all the ways, Ryan was always super nice. He was nicer than everybody else because he was turning everybody else against me.
He was doing that. He was making out like shouldn't say like a bandit. He was a thief. He was a bandit.
Oh yeah, no. You know, and then when I told me I had to pay the money back, that's when he threatened me to go to the police. I'll tell the FBI everything I know.
Yeah.
You know, and then next thing I know, I'm sitting in a courtroom with Kaplan telling everybody, even his best friend, Ryan, Fitzpatrick said, the defendant said you could get away with murder if you keep your mouth shut. Ooh.
Yeah. Right.
Oh,
Total liar. Total liar.
Yeah, you're a liar. They're stealing and posting shit online and but hey, maybe I said that to him. I mean, and then we had a falling out, and now, but it doesn't matter. She's still bringing that into closing. I'm sitting in the closing of my life. Well, she's bringing up the guy who stole my money, got rid of my friends, and now he's a witness. To what? A witness to nothing. But it just shows one more person. I mean, she was talking about Ryan. Even his own sister. Even his own sister said when asked about this, it's almost like then she started making it seem like Wendi was saying the whole thing was like the.
Oh, we did put some new merch up on the merch store today. Someone said they wanted a stay tuned Wendi Adelson merch t-shirt. So there it is. I don't know. I think there's hoodies. There's sweaters. No mugs yet. And there it is on the merch store. Links in the description.
The way she phrased it and the way she threw it out there.
When I heard it, cringing.
She threw it out like, look, even his own sister's throwing him underneath the bus. Like, his best friend, his sister. You know, it's just adding it on. But it's it kind of if you're smart, you realize it defeats your theory if you're well, if she knew she had to live with him, and that's why she was showing up there. So why would she be throwing him under the bus 10 minutes later? But people can't think fast enough.
Right.
If you really word it in cahoot, why would she be just throwing names out when she goes to the police and she's freaking out? This is wording code. But it's and one time the story looks good when I can throw the bus with her. One time it's good when I can throw Wendi underneath the bus. I just, when Dan told me we're coming home in that car together, I said to him, that'll be awesome. That'll be the happiest day of my life. No, it's going to happen. You're going to be playing with Roman. You're going to be good. Dan, but you know what? You know when someone says something and you're just from your mouth to God's ear, that would be great. But I'm not it didn't mean anything. I said, like, I didn't feel it in my bones. Like, I really didn't. I hope. But I wasn't, like, put it this way, I didn't feel it in my bones the way I felt like what it was going to be like in Tallahassee. That I felt in my bones. That I felt in my gut. You know, this was like just hearing talk and wishful thinking and, like, hoping that what he's saying is true and accurate. I mean, they did their opening in this.
No, just take 1 second. Take that off. It's fine. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. No, they did the opening in this. You okay?
Yeah. Let me get it. Okay. I'm good, honey.
No, they did the opening in this case. Dan looks at me. It was like a blue, like a felt tip marker, like not a marker, but not a pen, like kind of in between. And not felt tip, but like almost like a highlighter kind of tip, whatever. They write his blue on a sticky pad. You're right. We will.
Thanks, Keith.
Like, he was so confident in that room. Like, I was so confident. Like, I literally, like,
lawyer, he knew what he was talking about. This was insanity, what happened.
like, it was, but it's like, if the case was going bad, I wouldn't be this fucked up. I would be like, okay, like, they came out with this or that or the other. Like, all the stuff that they had is all the stuff that in 2015 I knew they had, and that I was innocent, and they weren't going to have proof to show I did something I didn't do. Like, that's it. Like, I knew that. Like, it was later that I found out that Wendi was actually trying to drive down the Trescott at 12:30 that day, but
I know.
very poor explanation of that. No, I didn't know until years later. I was like, why are they going so hard after Wendi? It makes like the event, you or someone said she showed up at the crime scene, like right after it happened. And I'm like, no, I heard that, but like, it was somebody else at trial who had a similar car. The person was like, no, she actually really did. She showed up within an hour. She helped herself. The little author couldn't help herself. Like, holy shit. Guess what? If you're a cop, you know what you're asking? Why the fuck are you driving down Trescott when he was 10 miles away? To a liquor store? There's 5 other liquor stores close to your house. You wanted to go to this one? This is not the direct route to this one. You're still not taking taking an out of the way route to a liquor store that's 3 times longer than all the other ones. The way I'm used to going. Okay, your husband just got shot and now you just bought a bottle of bullet bourbon. 20 minutes after driving by the crime scene.
I want to tell you something. If she didn't have the proof on that one, she would have been arrested. If that's just like
she would have been.
Oh,
yeah. So let me get this straight. You drive 10 miles out of your way, past your husband's house, the crime scene takes up, he's shot in the head, you don't panic, you drive straight to a liquor store, and you buy a bottle of bullet bourbon. I mean, I know it's pronounced bullet, it's French or whatever, but everyone says bullet bourbon for that evening to celebrate with your friends. Had her friend just told her on the phone, oh, get some bullet bourbon, and then she just wrote it on a sheet of paper and then brought the paper with her and then bought it, her friend could have been like, I don't know where I'm going to bring it. Oh my God. Go to buy some alcohol. Could have been home. I don't know, like, who pays attention to that? Like, I have never in 47 years, if not 47 years, been told to buy bullet bourbon and bring it to someone's house that night.
yeah.
Have you? Nope. Right? Dad? Nope. So that's only, 180 years of experience.
Yeah.
None of us have ever had that request. In 180, Dad's almost 80 years, 70, 150. And then, so what, 190 years, 195 years of living on Earth? between the three of us. No one's ever asked us to buy a bottle of Bull Bourbon for that night, for a night. And as soon as you drive by your Trescott Lane, it's blocked off, you go pick yourself up a bottle of Bull Bourbon and celebrate that night. And this is not your neighborhood, and we've already belaboured all the reasons why it makes no sense that you're driving down that street today. Like, it just starts falling on deaf ears.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm telling you, it's that simple. Use your common sense.
You just
What-
said it. It's falling on deaf ears.
Yeah.
You said it right.
But look at what they that's why they started with that. Because what happened to Trescott? They allowed relocation. What's the one thing that the emails talk about that's more important than anything? Relocation. Like, so it all fits together. Like, if she can't expand her explanation, kind of sucks. Why should I want to drive down Trescott at that time? I mean, a better explanation is she couldn't help herself. And once you buy that, everything else just looks like a rich, crazy family who wanted relocation, who did this, and she's a part of it, and that's why she's driving down the scene. Make sure it was done. Like, did you notice, like, they were, like, backtracking back and forth, and then they finally really backed off of Wendi because they realized, like, her cell tower showed that she was still at 5 miles away at 12:30 when Kate said, "Oh, I know it was already done."
Right.
So if Wendi was 5 miles away, how could she be calling and have already called and said that? If she was 5 miles away, it didn't fit their story. So they kind of backed off of the time stamping on that.
Yeah.
Everything else is like, well, if the shoe fits, you know, like you're the one that benefits, and you're the one that's showing up. Like, holy shit! Like, that's a coincidence. I mean, you know what I think? I think someone hears that in their ears, especially a mailman. I should have thought of that too. Like, a mailman just lives on routes and knows streets, and just knows how many different ways you can get to a place from point A to point B. Like, to say that you had to go down Trescott would make. I should have thought about that a little bit when you let that the black sergeant who was the mailman come on. But I should have thought of that and been like, you know, a mailman knows how many routes there are to get to someplace. So the probability factor starts taking a whole lot more when you said I had to take that route.
Yeah.
Like, that route at that time or that day, just after your TV net left. Like, I honestly think after that, these people thought like, hey, we're smarter than they are. We're not going to buy their shit. We can see the basics. We got common sense. Chances of that happening are 1 in 10,000. Now you got somebody who's looking at everything, saying it's a 1 in 10,000, like that they're actually telling the fucking truth. Now win me over with some overwhelming facts to prove your innocence. Overwhelming.
You're not supposed to have to prove anything. Just prove.
How can you prove you weren't a part of? How can you prove you weren't a part of something that you weren't a part of?
Yeah.
I mean, that would be like someone pointing the finger at you and pointing the finger at Wendi, and you'd be like, "Look, how do I prove I wasn't part of something I wasn't part of?" Other the person's going to sit there and point fingers now. Like, that's why I felt like deaf ears. That's why I was open with that, and that's why I was closed with that. His sweetheart shows up at the crime scene. That street, on that time, on that day.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That smells like shit.
It does. It sounds terrible. It's absolutely terrible.
Right. Yeah. And I'm involved in the case. See, even listen, I said I'm involved. Like, I'm involved, but I'm not involved. Oh, he said he's involved. Like, understand the context of what I'm saying. It's like.
So, Spire JFK says, Charlie will eventually accept a deal. He will talk to get probation. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, Spire, but he's not going to be offered probation. If he's offered anything at all, it will be a better pillow, a nice job, not a cleaning the toilets job. You know, he's not going to be getting any reduction in sentence. Certainly not one that would see him out before he dies of natural causes if he lasts that long. You know, they don't fuck around in Florida. He's been convicted of murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and all the rest of it, sentenced to life with no possibility of parole, plus additional sentences. They're not going to offer him probation for talking.
I'm involved and I look at it in the case, and I'm like,
It looks crazy.
it looks. The ex-wife goes out of her way to drive by the murder scene right after hitmen come and kill her husband, ex-husband, after she talks to her mother or brother.
Yeah.
Like, you just painted the picture of the definition of conspiracy. You hear that, and everyone wants to know, why haven't they been arrested? We painted the picture. The problem is, it's on a false premise. At first, I didn't even think she was there. I thought it was bullshit, but she actually was there.
Yeah. I know. It's crazy.
When I heard that officer said, "Oh, that's a minivan that looked like, my wife's minivan. That's a Honda Odyssey. That's burgundy, and it fits the description of the ex-wife," I'm thinking, like, this guy's such an asshole. He's making this shit up. Like, there's tons of these out here. Wendi wasn't there. He wasn't. Wendi was there. The ex-wife showed up. I mean, listen, if I'm sitting at a bar and someone tells me a story with those couple facts, mind you, like, then you throw in the motive, the relocation that they keep bringing up.
Right.
And then you throw in the crazy emails. These people are crazy. Take them out of context, they're crazy. And you tell me how she benefits, and she's the one showing up. Like, if I was sitting at a bar and someone's like, she has nothing to do with it, you know what I would say? Get the hell out of here. Like, I can put two and two together. Like, you know what? What would you say if someone said that to you?
The thing is, I get it, and you're 100% right, and it all sounds like it's piling on, except she really wasn't on trial there. You were. And they spent more time on her.
And relocation and this and that.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. If she was a part of it, then I had to be a part of it. And if you sit there and go over all that stuff that I just belabored, and I said, and you said, no, I can add 2 + 2. That sounds very, 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 very suspicious. And you can get in your head that this girl had to be aware of what's about to transpire. Then it's a small step to go convicted. The small step. Because look at the connection. Look at who I know. Look at who my ex-girlfriend was. And then look who was there. And look who was showing up. So here's the thing. If you could make it seem like when she's lying about the relocation, if she's lying about her feelings about Tallahassee, if all she wants to do is move, and all that gets accomplished, and then she couldn't help herself but show up at the crime scene, if you can prove that, you can. If you could have someone thinking she had to have advanced knowledge that she was there, then you've got the thing you're getting in the palm of your hand, and everything else is just like everything else. Like all I'm saying is that's like the foundation of the 1 in 10,000. Was my friend from Detroit says that's 1 in a million. Are you kidding me? That's like 1 in a million. You could get a better chance of winning the lotto than having that happen. So if you could convince them that, hey, it's not a 1 in 10,000 or a 1 million occurrence, then you got to say he's guilty almost. Like, she doesn't show up there. She doesn't know about it. If she knows about it, who does she know about it from? Who is this all about? The person showing up, the person wanting to leave, the person who lied about how much she liked Tallahassee. Like, you read the emails? They want to get the hell out of here. It's just a small stop on the way to civilization. Wasn't that what they're supposed to? Your husband worked at Florida State University. He worked at Florida State University, and he put the word North in there. You know, the name of the city was fucking identical to Tallahassee, like 2 letters off. I don't remember the name of it, but Walkahassee.
Hiawatha or something.
Hiahassee. The fictional town was Hiahassee. Yeah, Hiahassee.
It doesn't matter.
What was it?
Hiawatha.
Hiawatha. I mean, it sounds very similar. Her husband was a professor. She had 2 kids in immigration. Like, it's like you writing a story about a husband who's a doctor and you're a school teacher and someone's got 3 kids and 2 boys and a girl. Like, and they're from New York. They moved to South Florida, to South. I mean, you know what I mean? It would be like, okay, you're getting this from somewhere. I mean, it got dumbed down to the point that once you had that as a foundation, and everything else became like what you wanted to believe worship. That's why they spent so much time on relocation and her route that day and everything else. Because that's an unbelievable story in itself. But now you want me to believe more unbelievable stories. I mean, they put her on trial there.
I know they did.
You know, listen, there's a reason why they were putting a picture of her out in the drink at the Katie on the beach.
Of course.
You know, it was showing the connections. Like, it was showing the familiarity. It was putting the faces together of the players. Like, that was a good picture of Nathan Warren's, actually. And Pierre's. You saw that picture they put up with me?
No. Are you talking about the driver's license photo?
No, they put a picture of me up. I was standing there with Katie when I went to the Keys.
Oh, that one.
Second floor. Yeah. That's what I looked like back then. They took a photo that was my updated driver's license photo that I was busted from 2019. This happened in 14. Why not a picture of what I look like in 14?
Well, because that makes you look
clean,
very clean.
Much more clean cut and short hair.
Right.
Like, much more clean cut. And that's what I look like. And like, that picture of us is 14. That's what I look like in 14. Like, no beard, shorter hair.
Yeah.
But the one at 18 makes you
Why
look...
would they show that? Why would they show that? That would look good.
Yeah, the one at 18 I look quality. But if you're going to talk about 14, why don't you show what I look like in 14? You know, like...
Because they're trying to paint a picture. That's why. They're trying to paint a picture. They don't care if it's true or it's not true. They're trying to paint a picture.
Yeah.
That's exactly what.
I'm sorry. I know I've been talking forever.
Oh, it's fine.
I'm just sitting here, like, literally all my heart's ripped out. I feel the same way. Like, I'm still in shock. I go from shock to sadness to anger. Like, shock and sadness. Yeah. Like, disbelief. Like,
My dad and I feel like our hearts are ripped out. Not plausible yet. Can't go with it yet. Can't.
Like, when I'm talking to you and just talking about things that's not normal, when I'm not talking, my head's in other places and I fucking...
Yeah. I know, but just be careful because, at some point nobody came today, which I'm really pissed about, but they didn't come.
What's that?
Your chief over here.
The chief was supposed to come today. I feel comfortable. It's like I get like numbness in my hands, my arms, like I get cold, numb waves. It literally feels like, honestly, it feels like the heart has been ripped out.
I know how you feel. I know. Trust me, I know.
I know it's affecting you guys. I know it's affecting Wendi. I feel terrible. I wanted to do so much stuff with Ben. Like, literally,
I know.
It's killing me not being able to be doing stuff with him over the last year. Like, he's actually becoming like a cool teenager. Like, I was getting to the point where I was thinking, maybe I won't. Like, I'll go to Asia for a few months, hang out, and decompress, and maybe I'll come back to the farm and be like, the life there if I can. I'll think sort of quiet down for a little while. I'm going to go back to my home.
I know what you wanted. And I know you were going to take time and you were going to think about how to do it, how much time.
I was going to take like 3 months off. In February, I was going to go out there with, in February, I was going to go out there with Scott to the new place in Vietnam, go to Costa Rica, fly back and forth. Like, everything I've worked my whole life, like, all I have fucking did is work, to be honest with you. Like, so I was 29, I was doing karaoke school. I got out, I worked 6 days a week, sometimes 7 days a week. And I made a ton of money. And I had people steal from me. And I lived a very low-key lifestyle. Really did. Even when I bought a limo, I paid $7,500. I paid for half of it.
I know.
Like, I didn't really spend money on things. But the one thing I treated myself with is I bought that Ferrari. I was like 5 years old. And 5 years old when I bought it, 5.5 years old used. That was the only item. That was literally one item. Like, outside of that, like, I bought a boat for $8,000. I had other boats that I bought and sold, but I never.
I know. You never treated yourself.
I never treated myself. I never fucking treated myself. Still have the same 2 or 3 pairs of jeans, the same 1 pair of dress shoes. Like, all I fucking did was work. Work. Help everybody else out along the way. And now I'm here. And now it's like, because even thinking about making a trust for Roman and him growing up without me is the one thing that fucking kills me.
I know.
I can't even explain it to you. Being a parent, having to want to do all these things with him, and I'm going to be the kind of parent that thinking, listen, I'm 47, I've waited so long to have a kid. I could finally be financially set and, be that fun dad that's not working all the time and do all kinds of great stuff with him and, it could be my twin. And now I'm fucking sitting here making up a will. I just get these fucking poor, every time I talk to him on the phone, it's hard, what is it, having an attack? They have to hear his voice, but it fucking hurts twice as bad. It hurts twice as bad talking to him. I'm all I'm happy is that the kid doesn't know, but he's not going to remember me outside of pictures of the videos. Trust me, he won't even recognize it if he keeps me in prison. He won't even recognize what I look like. He will have no memory of me outside of pictures and videos of the outside world.
You know what, Charlie? This is just why you need to just have hope, think that we are trying to do something, and just hang in there because that's all upsetting stuff. It's awful, and there are opportunities. So we've got to follow through with them, and it's going to take some time. You're right. but just don't,
I'm
you
gonna-
know.
I'm gonna have to hope, but Dan flat out told me, like, it's like a year and a half to 2 years for the appeal. You know, I mean, I've already been here for over a year and a half. That's just for like the process to get going. It's like, Jesus, I wish I could say I had ineffective counsel, or I had a shitty judge, or I had like, no, like, holy shit, like I was on cloud nine a week ago. I came off of there, Dan was like showing me text messages that people were sending him. Like, I wasn't giving away my stuff. I gave away my socks. I gave away my other long sleeve shirts I have. I got one that's that hole in the elbow. Like, I literally was like, this is happening. Like, holy shit, like, we're way ahead. No. These people had deaf ears at the time Wendi showed up at the crime scene. You know, you can only tell one crazy story at a time for people to not say you got lots of stories. She's got common sense on her side. She couldn't help herself. Like, I mean, she even said Katie came in here and lied.
Yeah, she lied.
No, counsel even admitted to that. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, she had
look at everything else.
She twisted and turns all over the place, so she had no option.
Yes, but look at everything else. Well, everything else was all some crazy shit that happened. It doesn't mean it didn't. It was just it was hard to believe it happened. And if you think that Wendi showed up because she knew, then you got to convince. That was the take-home message.
Yeah.
And I literally, like, it's crazy. When Enzo died, I felt maybe that was a sign of things. That I know you think I'm superstitious, and I am with certain things, but if you look at when and how and everything else around it, that was a sign from God. I even said it, like, it's a sign that shit.
You know what? I think we're all a little superstitious.
Yeah, but that's crazy. How about all the stuff surrounding it?
There's no understanding it. Honestly, I think you didn't have a chance in hell up there.
No, there was
no matter how good everybody was, and they were beyond good. You didn't have a chance.
No, the answer was like, oh, it depends on what jury you pick. Listen, I had Josh picking the jury.
That's right.
With his two associates who do this professionally come down. They had a whole, if you see the whole diagram they made up with lists on everybody, and like, they dug into these people. They knew who we had. They knew who we had to get rid of. Like, with all that, you couldn't get one. Dan was worried about having one that was both guilty and would be hung. That's what his answer to me was.
Right.
He was thinking, listen, I'm thinking, because usually when I'm on a trial, I'm always hoping that we have one that's going to hang the trial. Because in this case, he goes, we should win. He goes, I'm worried about getting somebody on this jury that's going to think guilty when the other 11 are finding innocent, and then we hang that way. He's like, I'm worried about an 11-1 hang, not a 1 to 11 hang. Like, that was his thought. And then when everything was coming in, he said, like, when everything's coming in, you got the testimony coming in from everybody. You got everything coming in. Like, it's looking good. Like he said to me, he said, if someone would have told me, this was like a Friday, he said, if someone would have told me 2 weeks ago, this is where we would be at this point in the trial with everything coming in, because I would have been ecstatic. I would have been ecstatic.
You know, the man based his reputation on this case, Charlie. Believe me, he didn't leave a stone unturned.
He spent all his time, like, he would be on a bicycle, he'd be listening to podcasts. He would be talking to the bicycle group about it. He was talking to guys he played tennis with, trying to get feels for, like, what kind of jurors would be good for us. He was talking to old people. He would go to a family dinner and say, okay, let me tell you about this case I'm working on. Help people come back and see how it resonates with them. And see what people think, and like, you know, and like present the argument, see what people think. It wasn't that. They were overwhelmed by the stakes, dumbing it down and a couple crazy facts, and then you have deaf ears because holy shit. I've heard for the last 6 months he was worried about having one juror that makes it hang. I was hoping to have one juror to make it hang, but here's the problem, Mom. You need 12 to walk out of this place.
Right.
And I should have not smoked so much weed and thought through it and said to myself, Charlie, you got 12 that you need to say to let you walk. Like that's what the guard said to me when I was downstairs. He doesn't need all 12 to agree. You're all 12 innocent or all 12 guilty.
Right.
And then when he said that to me, I was thinking to myself, I was looking at those faces that walked in today for closing statements, and one of them looked me in the face. And I was thinking, like, that I was not getting all 12 of those people to agree. So if all 12 will agree, you're going to have to run it back again with a hung jury. You're doing it again. You're doing it again. So even if you got one out of 12, you know what that means? You're doing it again. But at least it's like, all right, we're still fighting. We're still in this. Like, don't give up hope. We got a trial coming up. It's like it never even happened. We're going at it again. Come on. Don't lose your focus. Like, if you know how long I had to sell to myself with all my food and sell to myself, like, and a push pod, like, not in prison where I'm worried, like, I can't even go through my shit, you know, or like, it's not like I'm going to have a quiet place to maybe study and use my attorney all the time and, like, you know, go through all this stuff. And, I mean, I had my A game. You know, I looked my A game. I ain't doesn't look the same after I go in. I'm not going to be, you know, it's like the disheartening part is, Mom, is that with everything that was done, not one person out of 12.
Was Dan heading back today?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't called him on the phone with you all day pretty much. I just am like, you know, so to think like, okay, you're going to get the appeal, you're going to win the appeal, you're going to get a new trial, you're going to get a change of venue with a new trial. Like, do you see the surface that was just there now? It'll be there, but more when you get a new trial.
Not a change in venue, Charlie. It won't be the same. It won't be the same. Will there be media? Of course. It won't be the same. It will not.
Maybe we will get a change of venue. You know, I mean, but like, listen, if these people flat out told the judge, like, I can be fair, I can, like Dan said, because I don't think these jurors were honest with us when they sat down. Like, we got rid of the ones that were honest. Listen, you only know what someone tells you. You know, they say they don't know about the case, like, they don't know about the case, again. I mean, if they sure wanted to be buddies with each other and give each other their cell phone numbers after the case, they must realize it's a high-profile case. Is that why they wanted to get on? I can't imagine jurors wanting to, like, keep in contact with other jurors. Like, if you have a friend, go ask them for their number, but, like, have a group chat. They know what this entails. They were part of something big in Tallahassee. They have a story to tell. Well, these jurors that are on national TV then, talking about their story, their experience. And it's normal. It's exactly what I thought it would be. It's exactly, you ever feel something in your bones? Like, I know that sounds crazy when I'm talking.
No, it's not.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, have you ever felt that? Like,
Yeah,
you
sometimes.
Like you have a feeling in your bones. Like you just, I could feel it in my bones. Like I felt it in my gut. Like this, when that girl Krista G was telling me about what a big deal it is up in Tallahassee, and took pictures with me and like her friends up in Tallahassee, and I was like in a weird vibe. She's around people with money, and her dad ran for governor, and like she's around the in circle of people. Like for her to be making such a big deal about this, telling me how big it is, it made me sick. Because as she spoke, it made me feel like she's making such a big deal about it. Like, this is the biggest thing up there. So, like, when we finally get an Adelson up there,
Yeah.
in my bones, I was thinking, like, I won't stand a chance in hell. I won't stand a chance in hell. And these people are not going to stop. They're going to be like a dog going after a bone. And then, and that's what it's going to be. Like, this is crazy. Like, what am I hanging around for? And I was like,
I'm sure that.
what am I, you know? I'm like, this is, I literally felt like I was looking at it. I mean, look, I went so far that time as to say, look, what was going to end up in North Carolina? Like, we're walking up there, let me paint the picture for you of what it's going to look like. And this wasn't, I was when Dad came over the house that night to do dinner or something. You remember? Like, and then we walked, and then we stopped like halfway between my house and the farm store in the middle of the street. And I was like, let me lay down for you. This is exactly what I see transpiring. This is exactly how it's going to go down. I go in there and top it off, both going to be in North Carolina. And he said, 6-7 months. You know, and then I came in here, it was taking 6-7 months, and then somehow, you remember when I first came in and you were like, Marcus couldn't try the case until February, you were thinking? And we were like,
What he said is, I can fit you in April of 23. I can fit you in.
Right. No, he was, in April of 23, he ended up going to trial on that federal case up here and won.
I know, Charlie, but at the time, that was the date he was giving us. That was the date.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it was like April. I'm like, oh my God. Like, well, April turned into October of 23, real quick. It was like, I remember it was February. February, they said, okay, what's going on? And we were sitting there in February or July. And it was like, okay, we're going to go on and we're going to go October 23rd. And I was like, holy shit, that's 240 days. Over 240 fucking days. And I was like, literally counting down long. I probably had a countdown, solid countdown from like around 180, counting to 80 days. Waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning, 3:45 in the morning. Okay, 179 days left in the shit. And I remember when I was at 126 days.
Yeah.
Every day, like, Adam Knuckles was outside, and I'd see him like 125 days. I'd see him like hit Knuckles and 124 days. And he's like, man, I can't believe it's at 100. Then when it got to 100, I'm like, okay, once they get to 100, break 100, I'm going to feel good. 90, I'm going to feel great. 60, it's going to feel real. And 30, it's going to be like game on, like we had a game case coming up on trial. Like, I was like so fucking pumped. I didn't stand a fucking chance on. This was not, oh, this jury was bad. I didn't stand a fucking chance with a prosecutor that's gonna sit there with one of these. Where I was in the liquor store, all the other shit, and the TV goat, they're going to sit there, and it's deaf ears. I couldn't get 1 or 12 to be good. Like, I could not get 1 out of 12.
I don't think it mattered what was going on there, Charlie. I think they just...
I think the case was decided, actually, if you look at the closing statement. I think the closing statement was like, making everybody sick. Because the purpose was putting the same autopsy photo up multiple times and leaving it up there while she spoke. I'm sure that didn't make people, like, I'm sure it infuriated people, and I understand why. But, like, how could that be after the cross-examination of me on Friday, Thursday?
I know.
Like, I can't wrap my head around it. Like, how the fuck does that work? Like, how can, and here's the thing, how can you not get one? Or even one that wants to fight and listen to the evidence and read through stuff? I mean, how do you have, what, you don't have fucking one. You don't have that guy now analyzing with you. Having a sergeant who works for the post office is probably the worst person. There's a big tall black guy who has the 5 black women like following him around. He's a leader and he works for the post office. I know routes. The probability of you taking that route makes me think that we have a big problem here. Like who knows routes and neighborhoods better than a postman?
Yeah. Nobody.
And how many different routes and someplace and you're going to just drive through trust that lane. Same time your husband's getting shot. Like, listen, after that, it's like, who is he? Well, actually, you talk to your brother that morning for 18 minutes. Like,
I didn't know there was something else.
Okay. What did you say, Mom?
They said, you said, talk to my brother for 18 minutes. I mean, they made up stories about this one talks to this one talks to that one. Yeah, it's a family. They do that. Is that a problem?
Mom called to say the appointment was made, okay, and I called Wendi because I was in a fight with Katie. And I called my mom, Katie, like girlfriends and all this. Here's the thing. I only talk to Wendi like every 10 days, 2 weeks. The only reason I spoke to her was because I was in a fight with Katie. Get some opinion on what I should do. So I called my sister first thing I got on the phone. But I thought I don't think I called her. Normally don't call her anyway. That's it. Just a little thing. Stand out. And then you have stupidity, absolute asinine stupidity, right? And that guy is talking about theories of landlines. And here we have a landline conversation again. Like, 1997, I had that number calling in 1976. Same number on my cell phone. So I'm obviously not trying to hide anything. Like, the only time in the whole case I wanted to have privacy was when I was on the phone with Eric, and I'm like, let me call you from your cell phone. I'll call you from my landline. At that time, and that's because I didn't know what Eric was going to say about Katie, and I was overly cautious after Mike told me don't talk anything about Katie. Or Eric started talking about Katie. I was like, you know what? Mike told me that the phone's for now. Let me be cautious. This is what Eric was going to say. Like, that was it. It was the one time. And I tell them. But they have a pie chart. The first attempt, the second attempt, and I called just a little odd, but you're only there for 60, 70 days all year.
For the whole year.
I have 2 years. So I said that to Dan. They said, you don't even want to be at the point, just show them that it's nonsense. But I don't know. I mean, they made a demonstrative out of it. They just did a big pie with the tiniest sliver being the 24 calls out of the 3,500 calls that day. Like, I think significant. It is statistically significant because I never call that number. But I'd only call it if I knew you were home. Otherwise, I'd always call yourself. Like, I must have known you were home, so I'd call you on your work line. It's always a better connection. But I'm calling from my cell phone. But you know what? They brought that up in opening, and they brought that up in closing. That was part of the closing. You know what they were doing? They were taking all the things that they could say are statistically significant and go, look at how many statistically significant things that are occurring. And there comes a point that you try to start adding them all up, and you're going, hey, the 2 times he called, the 2 times these guys went up on the trip, and 2 times he's calling his parents' phone number. What's the chances of Wendi showing up? The chances of the TV being mentioned in 3 different ways? Significant.
Yeah.
Like, we got
Microbial dance buddy says he was cooked at definitely no. Well, it was absolutely no. I think that's what you're referring to. Did you have anything to do with the death of Professor Markel? Absolutely no.
Number of things that keep coming up that are significant because they're involving age, time, locations. Fucking coincidences. That's why you can't explain why I bought a TV because she didn't have a fucking TV.
That's right.
You said TV because the guy asked for $5. If he asked for $50,000, I guarantee you that this car costs about $50.
I would have.
No, how do you talk?
But it made sense to say something that costs about that amount of money.
Back in that time, the TV was a couple thousand, 3, 4, 5. You walk the branch 15 years ago, it was 3, 4, 5. If you said the TV is $5, I would be like, are you talking $500?
You know?
The TV is $500. So if they asked for $50,000, you would have said this car is about $50,000. I would have known the car costs about $50,000. The TV even costs about $5. Wouldn't be $5. 15 years ago, it said it would be about $500. More likely it would be $1,000. So, is it statistically significant? The code word being brought up. I mean, it's odd as fuck that you had me buy that for Wendi for her divorce credit. God. 2012. You know what I paid for that TV set?
I don't.
$2,000. I remember it was maybe $2,200.
Really? I knew it was a couple of thousand. I just didn't remember how much.
Yeah. I was just in the car. Nobody was saying, what does she need? What does she want? She needs a nice TV set. If they go get her a really nice TV set, I'll pay for it. She had a TV. So funny. $2,200. If I had more money than time. No time. You know, I never spent a single airline mile. I was when I was in Kyoto, she wanted to take me to Japan to meet the family and do all that stuff. She wanted to fly first class, and I was put off by the idea. I was kind of annoyed that she could go and fly first class. I've never flown first class in my life. I have, Charlie. I beat you there a couple of times. First class. We looked up how many airline miles it was going to cost me for a round trip ticket. It was like 346,000 airline miles. And I had saving those miles forever. So, I mean, it was going to cost me like 700,000 airline miles to fly to Japan back and forth, first class or business class, something like that. And I was so pissed that she wanted to fly first class like that. And then that was also going to be like a good solid 2 weeks off of work.
Yeah. Didn't want to do. I know.
Jesus Christ, if I had a fucking time machine, holy shit.
Charlie, by the way, just in case we get to 4:15, so I don't want you to, it might go off at 4:30.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
It definitely will.
It will, I know. But
yeah. So we got 13 minutes.
Yeah.
So I was very put off by the idea of getting 700,000 sky miles, and I was very put off by the thought of missing 2.5 weeks of work. And I would have gone to Japan as a beautiful girl and loved me and wanted to have a family and have a life and flown first class. Instead, is he talking about the Korean girlfriend that he anally violated for embarrassing him at the wedding, or he got embarrassed? He embarrassed himself at a wedding that she invited him to for telling a stupid joke about Korean people. Hey, how many Kims does it take to change a light bulb? How many Kims can you fit in a taxi cab? fucking work like a little dog, make more money for fucking what? Fucking what? I got, what, 2.5 million airline miles now?
I don't know what you have, but I know it's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. You got about 2.5 million airline miles. Maybe more. Fucking what? Fucking what? 2.5 million airline miles. Don't want to take 2 weeks off of work. I've been sitting in jail rotting for almost 19 months. Literally rotting away. 19 months. I look like that.
Yeah.
First time this mirrored glass makes me like, I can actually see what I look like because I've been looking off of like a chrome plate. Like, I definitely don't look the same. It's just, I mean, it's like, it just bothered me, like, it, honestly, like, you couldn't have a bigger change in life. Like, being 36 years old, the girl wanted me to move into the continuum with her. Her family, fly first class to Japan, meet her family that's super successful. You know, she wanted to get a home. We got a home on Palmer Hibiscus, get a dog, have kids, to the shit. You couldn't have a bigger change, could you? You couldn't, I mean, like, if you realize what I've experienced in life, like where I was, what I built up, where I got to in life on my own, what my life was like, you know, hanging out with friends who liked me and were successful and good times and opportunities and building, working, doing nothing but working. I don't know, I don't want to go to Japan with Junko. I'm taking 2.5 weeks off of work. I'm using all these airline miles up.
Yeah.
I was 36. I was at 36. 35, 36. Holy shit. Yeah. I mean, all my friends are struggling, trying to figure out their businesses, and I'm sitting at the continuum with Juco, having tequilas and talking about our future. And
Or is it JUCO?
and that was reality. That was the pinnacle. You can't get higher than that. Beautiful girl. She had money. You know, I was successful. Both good looking. Nothing but.
Beautiful girl. She had money. Well, then she should pay for her own fucking first class ticket to Japan. He's so funny, isn't he? It's all about the what's on paper. Good looking, money, success. I wonder where he got that trait.
Like, opportunities galore.
So we all wish we had a time machine. Say that. And think, oh.
But you got to understand, Mom, that's what my life was.
I know what your life was.
Like, it's not like, oh, I was hoping to do this. I mean, I was there. Like, I was there. I made it.
Yeah.
Like, I fucking made it, and I made it on my own. Like, I didn't make it by screwing people over. I made it on my own. Nobody was helping me. Nobody was doing shit for me.
Yeah.
You know, if I asked my sister for something, it was to fucking translate something into Spanish. That was the big ask. Like, I wasn't. Oh, 1 second. Yeah. Yeah, I'll do it, man. Hey, if you could get that. Yeah.
Charlie? Charlie? Hello? Hello?
Yeah. All right, cool. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks, buddy. I'll see you tomorrow, man. All right, buddy. I guess they're, it's like it's a good idea what I seen them do. You got to try something. I guess it's being recorded on the news. Like they're watching any other pod. Then I put it in for for something that happened at the trial, whatever Dan filed yesterday.
He filed a motion.
Yeah, it's going to be Kyle's emotion yesterday. I woke up at 6:30 in the morning, and they were talking about it on the radio. And then from the pod next door, they're seeing it. So listen, who knows? The juror just said they exchanged numbers, and there may be something in the chat, like, you know, it's just a prayer. It's just a prayer.
Just a prayer. That's right.
We're just sending up a prayer. I just feel like there's so many thoughts in the way people like me. Like, I mean, it kills me in that I know where I was, like, what my life looked like, what my fucking opportunities look like, and it's like I've been tough for the last year and a half.
I know you have. I know you have.
It's really been like I can make it through this. Like, listen, I've never been to jail before. I've been in jail for 19 months now. You know, but like, I knew this was going to be, you know, I knew this was going to be bullshit before I even got up here. Like, I knew it in my bones, and I fucking expressed it many times. I mean, let me ask you this: did I ever say anything other than what it was going to be when I got up here?
I know. No, I know you did, Charlie. I know you did.
You know, and I'm like, and I still want to more. I still trying to like create some semblance of a life. But I saw my life change. I saw the people in my life change. I saw the opportunities in my life disappear. I saw what I was to people, and they just trying to use me. And I saw the level of girls that I used to get and then did get. And it's just like the quality of everything just went down the fucking toilet. The quality of the people, the quality of the opportunity, the quality of like of everything that I like was around me. And hold on a second. Yeah. Thanks, buddy. I'll catch you tomorrow, hopefully. You know, I just literally all disappeared before my eyes. And I still stayed and like bought into the bullshit that I was fed. I spent a fortune, fucking absolute fortune, embracing the bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And brought in the absolute fucking best, given the best shot in the whole world.
Yes, you did.
Best shot in the whole world we're going to have. You know, I was as sharp as I'm ever going to be in that room. I was prepared as I'm ever going to be. Into the fucking year of his life. Like, nothing that came to the back of his hand. He had Kate, he had Dubin, he had everybody, guns a-blazing.
Yep.
Not one. Not one. You know what not one tells me? You have a fucking chance at that. Not a chance at all. With that level of everything, to not get one,
It should.
that was it. Thanks, guys. You know, that's what it tells me. Like, not fucking one. Not anyone really putting time in there back then. Like, I knew that's what I was up against.
Charlie, it's just giving you a heads up. 4:27. If we get cut off, you call us back. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry to keep going on. I feel better when I talk to you.
Good.
Okay.
Fine. Fine.
Thank you for listening to me.
Yeah. You need to thank me for listening. I love you, and there's no words for this. Honestly, there's just no words. You're not getting a lot of encouragement with this guy not showing at 4:30. I'm really annoyed.
Yeah. So hopefully it'll be today. Tomorrow.
I'm sorry.
You can call Dan and let him know that
They never came back.
I think Donna's default position is really annoyed. Like, can you imagine her like not having a problem with something? You know what I mean? Anything that you do, any activity, any dinner, the waiter is a fucking idiot. No, he shouldn't be wearing those kind of shoes. Not at a place like this. Did you see his fingernails? Well, I won't be leaving a tip. I won't be leaving a tip at all. Not to a man with fingernails like that.
What's his name, Mac? M-A-C-K?
Yeah, yeah, like that.
Okay, I'll tell him. I'll text him.
I just, you know, Mom, it's like, what just kills me is that I fucking knew what Tallahassee was going to be about in this whole experience before I got up there. So it's like, I knew what it could be.
If anybody wants to support the show, to support the channel, to support the medicine, I'm sorry I've been a bit quiet today, guys. I had to go and wash the dishes just to try and let these painkillers kick in here. I'm having some problems, and you know, just it's nice to do a physical activity just to not be reminded of all the pain. But there is a link to buymeacoffee.com if you'd like to support the channel. And yeah, I mean, we're looking forward to the Love-In, the Donna Adelson fucking trial Love-In. Where's the place to watch that? Right here on True Crime Metrix. Be sure to subscribe to the channel, like, share, leave a comment. Check out the description for lots of good links, social networks, membership platforms, merchandise, beautiful merchandise, and support links as well. They're all there.
I knew it was going to be. I bought into the bullshit it wasn't going to be. But it clearly is what I thought it was, in that you can't get one fucking juror. Not one. Because the strength that I had to use up on people that were the 911 operators and that was on the lieutenant on the fire, on the police department. Like, the lady who's...
Well, what did you think, Charlie, that Josh Dubin was going to force the state to give you a jury full of rich, white, privileged, Nazi-loving dentists? What was he expecting? I'd love to know what the Josh Dubin sales pitch was. Obviously, it was a tag team effort. Daniel Rashbaum set it up, and then Josh had to come in and presumably have some kind of interview with the Adelsons before they gave him $1 million for an hour of his time. Okay, I know it was more than that, really, but was it really that much? Hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Monica, for the 20 coffees for the Aura Gel Fund. Apparently that is the stuff to get, the Aura Gel. It's got a healthy dose of benzocaine. I mean, you put benzo in front of something, I'm interested. You put cane at the end of something, I'm interested. Put the two together, we've got a winner. Benzocaine. That's going to be our new sponsor. Check it out. Check it out. If anybody in the chat works for benzocaine, feel free to send me an email to discuss how much you will pay me to promote your product live on the air. There we go. Look at it. That's what you got to get. Benzocaine plus zinc chloride. Well, well, well. And menthol. Instant pain relief. Soulagement immédiat. Very nice. Thank you, Monica, for the coffees. That's an excellent coffees.
Like, it wasn't real strikes. It was like people you had to get rid of. Couldn't keep one good one for me. The jury of like fucking tears. There's not one person on there that was. Yeah, the alternate was like here. That's why he made him the alternate. Yeah, he said he would have quit it. We'd have a hung jury. We'd be go to trial in 6 days now.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, and congratulations to Michael Crawford for being our first champion of the evening, helping us with our goal of top of the chat. Thank you very much, Michael, for the super chat. Benzo Kane. Michael Kane. Michael Benzo Kane. She was only 17 years old.
This was fucking exactly what I thought it was going to be. Listen, I'm not going to give up hope. I'm going to stay in there and fight.
Please don't, because we'll fight. As long as I know you're hanging in there, we will fight for you, Charlie. You know that.
Yeah, no, I will. I know you guys are going to take care of stuff when you're on your own side.
Charlie?
Yeah, he knows.
Yeah.
I know. I feel the time. That's why Dad's saying.
I love you guys. All right, Dan, I love you.
Too, honey.
I'll call you guys after 6:30. Okay.
That's great.
That's great.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Hey, tell Dan. Hey, can you tell Dan?
Tell Dan what I just texted him. Charlie. Oh, he must have cut it. I knew that was going to happen.
That's why.
Oh, Dan. I knew that was going to happen.
Call 21.
Hi, Charlie.
Hey, honey.
Hey, Dad. How are you?
I'm good. I'm okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. Old. Still old. Still really old. You know, too old for this, I'm telling you, son. So it's a house prison. Did the guard come by?
Yeah. More important, how are you feeling?
How are you doing?
I'm good. I talked to Roland. Spent a lot of time talking to Bree. Didn't even realize how much time I spent talking to him.
Okay. Well, but that's good. I know Dan has been writing. I don't know if you spoke to him at all, but.
No, I have not helped him at all.
Okay. Because he.
Fucking hell. Dan was supposed to text Officer Whaley, or, what's his name? Not Officer. Doesn't matter. Where's Whaley? Whaley never got back to Dan, and Dan is charging us by the minute and text.
He's trying to get this thing changed, and he's very frustrated because, yeah, this is right after. The first one was right after we hung up at 4:30 exactly, and
Right.
I said to him, earlier I said, I'm still talking to Charlie. I told him what you said about Sergeant Whaley. Then I said, well, thank you
Sergeant
for
Whaley.
trying. Chief Mack never came. And he wrote back, I trust Whaley. It will get done.
It will get done because I'm Dan, and I trust Whaley. You see how he paints himself as this man who can get through to the sergeant? I trust Whaley. Whaley and I invited him to my suite at the Tallahassee Hilton, which you're paying for, and you know we're golfing this weekend at a course that you're paying for, and then we're going for a 7-course tasting menu that you're paying for. So I trust Officer Whaley completely. It will get done. Dan knows that it will get done in the jail's own time frame, right? He's not. Of course, it will get done. They'll do it when they do it. He can't make them do it any quicker, and they have their procedure. But Dan never misses an opportunity to make it seem like he's Donna's boy, right? I trust Sergeant Whaley completely. It will get done.
Might be a day or two, but he definitely has helped us in the past. So, and then he some other things, but he's trying.
I found out from the officer that usually after you get found guilty of my charges, they put you in here for 72 hours for observation. So then I was like, listen, like, this weekend is a great Veterans Day weekend. Like, I don't want, Chief Max to have to be here on Friday and have to be the one who signed off on it on Monday. I'm like, I'm fine. I'm not going to kill myself. I'm in a room where I can't look out any window. And I've got mirrors facing me and the camera in here, and they don't turn the lights off. They leave the lights on 24/7. So it's like, I have these bright lights on my eyes, and I'm like not able to look past 6 feet, the concrete in front of me with blood and shit all over it, and piss on the floors. Like, that's not right. Like, you're trying to, my mental health is not getting better by locking me in a box.
Who did you say that to?
One of the officers, and she said, well, I'm going to try to talk to my lieutenant tomorrow, and I'm on the day shift tomorrow, so he expires.
Because it's already been over 48 hours. So.
So it's only been 40 hours. And honestly, it's been like 4 weeks.
It's been 48 hours, a little more than that. So tomorrow, why can't it? Yeah.
Yeah, but who knows? He may only be on day shift, and in 48 hours, it means tomorrow evening, he'd be gone. He may be done Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and he'll come back and let you out on Monday.
Yeah, you got to.
That's why I'm trying to get out before the weekend of the Veterans Day weekend. He may be on like a different schedule than most people. He may be like a 9 to 5 in government hours.
Yeah, I'll talk to Dan in the morning. I'll explain that to him.
I haven't called Dan at all because he's given me so much of his time. And he doesn't need to listen to me now. I'm sure he's very pissed off himself.
He's very upset, actually. He's very upset.
I mean, he made a lot of promises and didn't fulfill them, and it wasn't his fault. It was, and I was talking to Bree about it, and I don't know if I told you this. I had people who came in when I said, "Do you know anything about the case?" They go, "Well, I listened to a podcast over my dead body, and I saw the Dateline or 2020 episode also." Well, do you think that you could separate how you feel and listen to the rules of law and judge him fairly with what you just said that you viewed? Oh, yeah, I can. Okay.
Tell me they were scratched.
They don't get scratched and make it to the next round. And then I have to use my X in the next round to get rid of them. So I'm using my X's. I get rid of, listen, if you sat, I haven't listened to it, but I get the feeling, if you sat and listened to a 6-part podcast about my case, it tells me you're overly interested, and it tells me that you've been tainted. Okay, now you tell us that you can totally separate yourself from any ideas or opinions you had after listening to that. Well, how are you going to remove that section of your brain that comes to that conclusion? And that's the question that you asked. It was a very polite way of saying, like, you can't get the shit out of your head. You already have thoughts and ideas and beliefs. You're coming in with beliefs. Beliefs don't disappear because somebody says, don't think like that anymore. You still have, everyone's got their experiences and beliefs that they ingrain coming in. I should have people who haven't heard of the case.
Of course.
Problem is, as officers have told me, you'd have to be living underneath a rock if you said you hadn't heard of the case. Or you'd be lying. And the more I talked about it with you today and talked about it with Bree, there was not. So this is what I'm saying. So they come in and they listen to the podcast and they make it to the next round. So over the 152 people, we had 92 people getting struck for cause. That means they said something that prevented them by law from being on my jury. They eliminated themselves by saying something. 92 people out of 150.
I don't understand how that's not a reason immediately to be struck. You shouldn't have to use a cross on that. That's insane.
No. She just said she can listen to the rules of law. She can judge me fairly. She can view me as innocent, so proving guilty, and she can separate it. So she's one of the 60 that make it to the next round. And then once they have the 60 in the next round, they lined up 21 chairs, and 21 people. So there's 7 chairs in front of the jury box, so there's 22 actually. So they did a set of 22, and they did a whole questionnaire on them. And then they announced which ones they had to eliminate because it was like the New York Yankees guy, the guy who's the GM of a restaurant who doesn't want his restaurant mentioned in the press.
Yeah.
Those people got eliminated. So then there was a certain amount that were kept, and then ones that got kept stayed, and then we came to we put a whole new group of 22. And then we had another whole CDR of 22. And then, like maybe 5 or 6 of those got eliminated for cause out of that group of 22 when you questioned even more. And then you were down to like 35 people. Then out of the 35 people that made it to that point, there was still like another 20 people sitting in the gallery, in the pews.
Yeah.
So those 20 people are still sitting in the pews. They have their second set of 20 that's up there, 22, were asking questions. And they were like, okay, we got 35 out of the original 44 are still left. And then we go back and we play the game where everybody's name is on a sheet of paper on the seat that they sat in. It's labeled like 2 groups, 1 through 22 in one group, 1 through 22 in another. Certain people get X'd off for cause, and then you have what's left. So then you have what's left, and you start with juror number 1. You like, keep them to the space or to us, and they're like, we'll keep them. And then we look at them and we're like, okay, we'll keep them too. We go juror number 2. The state goes, no, we're going to use our X. Get rid of that. Juror number 3, you're like, we'll keep them. Juror number 4, okay, we'll use our X. So each side gets 10 X's, and then they get seated in that number order. So it works its way all the way to the top. So if you have a horrible juror, but he's number juror 35, you may never get to him. You may not have to use your X to get rid of him. So it's kind of a game. You don't want to, you each go in one turn, then their turn, one turn, then their turn. You use your strikes. But at the end of the day, I can tell you that as the jurors who made it through the original questionnaire, I would have to say 2 in 10 were probably good jurors. That he was this dude in Tallahassee. What's that?
I missed that. 2 in 10 were probably what? I couldn't hear that.
I'm sorry. I would say 2 in 10 that made it to the next round would have been jurors that would have been good for me. They would have given me a fair shot. They were somebody who was highly intelligent. They were white. They were successful. They were 2 in 10 were good jurors. Like that juror number 15, I said to Dan from the beginning, I'm like, I love that guy. Like he's going to be perfect for us. Like he's exactly what we need. Like we said that to each other. Whole time he's on the jury, he's shaking his head and nodding with us. He told Dan that he would have acquitted me.
I know. It would have.
But next up, like,
and these other two that you felt were good, they X'd them out.
Anybody that would really be like one of the guys said, you know what? I'm a former law enforcement officer, so we think you did do really bad. And he goes, you know what though? He goes, I was a law enforcement officer for 15 years, and I was falsely accused of beating my wife. And I lost my entire life. I got arrested. All these people turned their backs on me. All these friends that I thought I had in law enforcement wanted nothing to do with me. And I got judged, and I was totally innocent. And it ruined my life. So I don't judge, because when I first started off in law enforcement, I thought everybody was guilty. And he's like, I look at this guy, he goes, he looks like my brother. He really does. I think I could definitely treat him fairly. I would give him a fair shake. I know what it's like to be falsely accused of something I didn't do. Like, I would definitely give him a fair shake. Guess what?
Keep it close.
They X'd him off. So, juror number 15, that was the one who told Dan he would have acquitted me. We got X'd off. Another guy that would have been great for me, he got X'd off. So it was like, we were getting the 2 and 10 that were going to be good for me. And we knew that if we were asking questions, it's like they were asking questions, and we were trying to find out, what are these people like? What, the normal stuff that you hire a jury consultant for to bring out.
Right.
And it was like, there was so few people that would be good for me. We knew who was going to be good for me. And if they were good for me, they put an X on them. But the problem was that it was only probably 2 and 10 that were going to be good for me. The rest was absolute shit. And I'm sitting there using X's on people who listen to the podcast. Like, to be honest with you, they didn't really do this. Like, it's jury selection, and they had it down to a science. I mean, you should see how much. We had one guy, his last name was Jack, and he comes in. 70-year-old white guy, doesn't really know much about the case, kind of heard something about it years ago, could really treat me fair and everything. Well, I guess the consultants go on everybody's Facebook, have Facebook. They do research on these people.
Right.
You know what they found? He was posting about the case that he wished he could kill Sigfredo Garcia.
Oh my God.
He was saying that he never posted anything. So after he left the room, the jury consultants brought it up to the judge and said to the judge, "Do you see the problem we're having? People are coming in here and lying to get on the case." And he said, "What do you mean?" Or because this gentleman that we just interviewed, when we bring him back in, because we found the post that he said that he could be fair and didn't know too much about the case, but he's posting about it on his Facebook that 4 months ago he wished he could kill Sigfredo Garcia and get revenge. He's alive on a case.
We can't do subtitles on a live broadcast. Easy going. Later on, they'll be auto-generated by YouTube.
He's posting about it on his open Facebook, on his public Facebook account. He's posting about the case.
Unbelievable.
Months ago. And he just came in, well-spoken, white guy, wearing a jacket and a shirt and nice dress shirt, showing up for jury. And that's when Dan was like, "This is scary." Like, this guy just literally came in and lied to all our faces. Like, he's posting about the case on his public Facebook account months ago. That's how involved he is in the case. He's writing about it months ago. He showed up to watch the case in trial.
Right. In real time.
He showed up to be a member of the audience and watch. It wasn't like a jury.
It was not a fair. No, it was no. Jury of peers. It was not a fair jury. That's the problem.
It was not a chance in fucking hell.
Mm.
It was. Look, I know I'm not as smart as Dan or Josh, but I can tell you that I felt it in my bones when I was in South Florida. I felt it when, in 2020, I felt it in my bones. I felt it in my gut. I knew that coming up to Tallahassee would not give me a fair shot in a million fucking years. And it was because of the amount of press that I was hearing that it was generating, the podcast, the small town that, if I would have had any idea that they were going to turn this into, crazy emails and Wendy's book and Wendy showing up at the crime scene and it taking the context of, not having the context of anything, just taking the words out of the sentences that they're in and just highlighting them and being like, "You said this, you said this, you said this," and just twisting the truth and twisting the truth and twisting the truth. Like, I would have told you, without a doubt, there's been a chance in hell it would turn out anyway, but it did. The only difference was I had Dan telling me, and other people too out in South Florida, but there were other people in South Florida, and then Dan, when I got up here, said, "Look, we're going to make sure that you get a fair jury."
I don't think he's ever, and I know because I've discussed this already with him. He's never encountered anything like that. It's the publicity.
It was so, for Dan, and you got to understand that he would tell me, "Look, if I give you a score of 70 on how you testify, if you get a 70 on how you testify, I'm driving you home." He's like, every way he plays this case out, he's like, "I can get you to the finish line, but if you score a 70, I drive you home." I get done, I go, "What's my score? How did I do?" He goes, "You get a 95. You get a 95 because the consultants were very impressed with you. Everybody was impressed with you. He was showing me text messages people were sending him. He's like, "Look, the worst we're going to do is hang." He's like, I think we're going to win now. I really do." He said, "Look, everything on the case, if you had told me 2 weeks ago we'd be at this point in the case, because I would be ecstatic."
That sure is. I don't understand. I just don't.
he said that jury, it wasn't that jury. It's this town.
I know.
It's not that jury. You got to realize there wasn't one person that voted for me. Not one. Like, this is a first-degree murder case. Not one. It has to be so slammed shut that you know what happened. Not like, hey, y'all, use your common sense. You know, the TV, the phone calls to the landline, the route that Wendi took that morning.
I love it when he does a Georgia impression. Hey y'all, use your common sense. Like she's some hick, you know. Oh my god.
Like, come on now. What does it all add up to? Like, all this code talk, like, no TV code. Wendi went the route she always went and never goes to a liquor store, so she went the only way she knows how to go, picking up a bottle for a party. But it's like, you know, it's just, you know, her using Wendy's book with a line that she wrote in there 6 years ago to really make it seem like this actress, you know, this phony actress, thinks Tallahassee's a shit town on the way of civilization. Got on the map on the way of civilization. Like, if you could spit in those people's faces. It's a small stop on the way to what we had previously known as civilization, Charlie. He can't even quote the book. And say, I'm smarter than you, I'm richer than you, I'm better than you, and I'm headed to Miami. That's exactly what you just did when you follow that up with an autopsy photo. There was no fucking way with a presentation like that, with all the exempt, you know, they say it goes towards motive, but like all the fucking bullshit fluff that you put in, there's not a chance in hell you're going to win. Not a chance in hell. And especially not when I'm able to find 2 out of 10 good jurors, but I'm using my exes to get people off who are watching the podcast. Like, I should be using my exes to, like, get people that would be good on my case. I can't get people that are good. There's a few good ones were taken care of by the state. In my case, you were either a good juror or a really bad juror. I mean, I know it sounds like, oh, they're good for me, they're bad if they're for the state, but it's like everybody was for the state except for a small handful, and you can easily identify them. They spoke their mind. They told you that you really felt that they could give me a fair shot, and they looked like somebody that would have come from an educated, successful background.
Yeah.
Not the guy who makes $12 an hour working at the Florida State bookstore. You think he's ever written a book? You think he wants to read about an author shitting on Tallahassee on our way down to Miami? Like, this wasn't that Dan misread the jury. This is that Dan misread what Tallahassee was. I can't explain it any other way. Like, the case came in great. She's showing demonstratives of me calling the home phone that we've had since 1976. Probably because I knew my parents were in the house and they don't get great reception unless I call the landline when they're in the house. They get better reception on the landline. That's the only reason I would call that. And I'm calling from my cell phone. She used that demonstrative twice.
I know, which made no sense.
It does make sense. It was statistically significant. They didn't care that you were only at that address for 65 days in 2014. They put a timeline up to the end of 16. And what did they show? 99.8% of the time I don't call that phone. 99.8%. When do I call it? When they're making a first trip, when they're making a second trip. Y'all decide. Use your common sense. There's something going on here, ain't it? There's a tie. There's a commonality. I mean, there is a commonality. I'm not going to lie, but it just happens to be like that. Well, how many times are you going to say it just happens to be like that? You know, and then they keep referring back to the crazy emails and Wendi wanted to get the hell out of Tallahassee, and then Wendi changed the names of the boys, and then Wendi kept the boys from seeing their Dan's parents. Like, you paint a horrible picture, and you tie it together with Wendi's book and your emails, and you spin a story. And these people don't know me from Adam. They know there's stuff in the legislature to let grandparents see kids because of Wendi. Do you think they're doing that for fun, or you think really Wendy's keeping her grandkids from the grandparents? What's the perception? Mom,
I know all these things.
it's like it's a bad fucking movie.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just like, again, now I'm not in my shock stage, now I'm in my anger stage.
Yeah, well, you deserve the right to be angry.
I go from shock to anger, sad, to anger, shock. I mean, it's people with a brain watch my testimony. They recognize this. Holy shit, there is something here.
Yeah.
Shit, he's getting security cameras in his house and his office. It was advanced in weeks. It was actually within days. It wasn't weeks. It was 8 days later they got installed. So 9 days later. So, he wanted to get cameras anyway. Yeah, we talked about it, but I never really moved on it until this.
Yeah.
But called the guy up 2 days later and scheduled him for that weekend. He was within the week. Cameras were getting installed the following weekend. The following Saturday. This happened on the 18th, Friday. The following weekend it was getting installed, and I was writing a check as he was finishing up on Monday. So it's like, it doesn't matter. It wasn't the evidence that was stacked against you. It was the total package they were able to paint.
You know what it was?
There was just a total. It was a Dateline special. It was let me get him on the stand and drill him. Okay, he got nowhere. Let's just do Dateline. Let's do Dateline with autopsy photos. Come on, y'all. Use your brain. Use your brain. You know what? I knew in my bones when I was down south that if I ever came up to Tallahassee, I would never have a shot in the fucking world. Especially not with the climate,
Acapella, welcome back.
and how big of a case this was to Kappelman, and all the extrinsic storytelling, finger pointing, foreshadowing, ways she could get people to hate me. The Jew that's infatuated with Nazis, the crazy emails. She was trying to she was really trying to spin a lot of that stuff with Dave until I sat up there and I was like, Dave's a great guy, but I think I liked him more than my sister did. But I think I did a good job of explaining, Dave's birthday's in April, my sister's birthday's in April, the wiretap started in April. And I made a point of saying my nephew farted on his head and he thought it was funny. He loves those boys. That's what I like most about it. I thought it would have been a great opportunity for my sister that she'd be passing up, so I tried to convince her to, she knew me for 2 years. It wasn't like she just met the guy on a dating app. He was the total package, but I guess I liked him more than my sister did.
Charlie, you
But like
came across so real, so natural, so honest.
Yeah.
You did.
She was spinning the day calls to make it be like we're meddling in her business. No, that was one of her best friends, and she really loved it. Just not in a relationship way. But she'd been with him for 2 years, and her birthday was coming up, and she wasn't going to invite him to the birthday, so we thought she was making a big mistake, and she didn't. I was looking out for her. I didn't force her or anything to date. I was just trying to talk some sense to her. I care about her. No big deal. She was trying to send those days calls like it was an example of us meddling in Wendy's love life. This whole thing was a TV production. I mean, the witnesses that showed up, they admit they lied. The key witnesses are lying. Dan said, you testify well, 70 or above, I'm driving you home. He kept saying, listen, I can get you to the finish line, but you gotta hold up under cross.
That was all part of his con on you, Charlie, that you still haven't realized. He has no basis to say that. He knows he has no basis to say that. But it helps him keep you in this illusion frame of mind that he's doing a really good job and cares about your outcome, so that when you get convicted, he can work on your appeal and charge Donna for another 6 weeks of time. That's it. It's clear.
You guys do a good job on the rec, and I'm gonna go ahead and go through everything with you in this case. Like, we're gonna go through all these wires. We're gonna hit every point of questioning. They're gonna see that you're telling the truth. Like, it all comes down to you. No, it really didn't come all down to me because
No,
he's like going.
not in that town. Not in that town.
What he said to me is that it all comes down to whether they believe you or they don't believe you. And I said to him, it's like, what if it came down to they believe me or don't believe me? They already hated me. They already had every reason to hate me. And they could never relate to me and my life in millions of years. You know what the postman is sitting there saying? There's a lot of streets in Tallahassee, and she ain't nowhere near that street. Why the hell is she traveling down that street on that date, on that time? In hindsight, probably a postman, was a 20-year sergeant in the Army, was the last leader that he wanted on that case. Because what is his experience? Postmen know streets like the back of their hand.
Postmen know streets like the back of their hands.
There's a lot of streets in Tallahassee. You don't need to be driving down that street on that date, on that time, unless you're connected. Or it's a one in a million.
Yeah.
And if she knew something was going on, and that's why she was driving down that street on that time, on that date, then of course it's illegal. Or am I going to believe that that's just a mere coincidence? Use your common sense. Like, I knew in my bones when I was in South Florida what it was going to be like up here. I just guess I didn't follow my gut. I didn't think I'd say that.
Yeah, David. Have we not heard about the fucking Chiefs and the Dolphins on today's episode yet?
Such a tough situation. It's unbelievable.
Well, do I think the Chiefs are going to beat the Dolphins? I mean, I might, but I don't know that, so that's reasonable doubt.
Like, I was talking to Bree, and she's like, Charlie, I was sending your parents all these, like, new messages that people were writing on these, like, blogs and everything. Not that it matters, but, like, it was opening up people's eyes. People were coming to new conclusions. It was clear to them. They're like, oh my God. Like, but you know what, man? I guarantee you none of those kind of people that were writing on there were A, from Tallahassee, and B, they weren't people that the prosecution would have ever let slip onto my jury. And I would never get 12 people like juror number 15. Couldn't get one of them on my jury. We knew who people. Listen, if someone is educated, they make the money, they're professional, they're 40s, 50s, late 30s maybe, the 30s, 40s, 50s, they're going to get the case. The problem is anybody that comes close to that description is going to get one of their 10Xs and a card out the door.
Mm-hmm.
This wasn't a case about facts or proof or reasonable doubt. This was like, y'all use your common sense. Well, you know what? If you told me y'all use your common sense and you told me that this chick drove down the street on this day, on this time, and traveled 10 miles, and this is what her answer was, and this is who her brother is, and this is who his brother's girlfriend is, and this is the shit she wrote about in that book, she wanted to leave Tallahassee. She's an actress. Her mom even says it. Like, read it for yourself. Like, it's plain, she made it plain to see. Like, that's what the case turned into. And I get it. Like, I know there's other evidence, but Wendi showing up is a big piece to get over. Like, that right there will get you convicted. That one piece will get you convicted.
before you do all the other. I don't even belabor it. I did it talk for hours. I don't even belabor it anymore. But what I mean, with all that extrinsic shit, that became the case. Like, it didn't become Luis Rivera said it could have been. It didn't become the other witness is still lying. Like, she shows up and just lying again and again and again and again. Like, it didn't become, look at the piece of shit that the state's bringing in with Ryan. It didn't become, look at Jeff Duke thinks he's framed. He thinks he's framed. And, like, now he's making up a bunch of shit, just trying to throw shit everywhere because he feels like he's under the gun. Like, you're talking about, like, real-life elements and facts and things that you build a case and you discuss and you want to debate or you want to prove points. This closing was nothing but Dateline with autopsy photos. I mean, if you ask me, it should be grounds for appeal for the basis that they showed the autopsy photo twice and left it up there for 7 or 8 minutes each time. Like, no one's debating that he was brutally killed, but it's like what you're tormenting these people with is you're playing with their emotions. Not only are they upset, you're showing them the before picture, the after picture. You're showing it to them twice. Like, you're traumatizing the jury, you know, and then you're telling them that these people think you in Tallahassee are a dot on the map on the way to civilization. You're not part of civilization. She's above you. She's above you, and she showed up there when this was done. That's basically what she was showing. And who benefited from this happening? Who got what she wanted? You know, like, it wasn't the case. You know, the case was what happened July 18th.
Okay.
The case is what happened to me at my house on July 18th. Wake up. Like, she realized when I was on the stand, she wasn't going to be able to prove her point of what she wanted to show on July 18th.
The case is what happened to me on July 18th. When Katie McBanower burst into my house all crying and upset and said, I ran my mouth. I blabbed about the $1 million offer and your brother-in-law. And my friends drove up to Tallahassee twice in a vehicle that they in multiple vehicles that they rented, paid for accommodation when they don't have 2 nickels to rub together, and killed your brother-in-law on complete speculation, and now they want money from you.
So the only way she could dispute it is say that you made friends with her. Of course, she was protecting me. Like, we never hung out, other than to really give her money. I paid her 1 or 2 times, and half the people were hanging out. But, like, we were done dating that week. We were done. Like, but then she goes ahead and closes it. She's like, they were together 4 or 5 months later. They were dating. No, we weren't.
No.
I was with Wendi from the beginning of August. I went out with Wendi to the Keys, and then she flew up to Pennsylvania, and then she came down the end of August. She pretty much almost moved in my house the end of August. Like, she pretty much moved in my house the end of August. You know, like, I was with Wendi. I mean, originally she got moved in with Clint, but she pretty much spent every night at my house. Spent 2 nights at Clint's house, and she came in August. Like, you're saying to these people I carried on a relationship for another 4 months? Like, totally lied and twisted it. But, like, these fucking idiots can't remember what they heard last week. They're relying on Georgia's summary. Like, how you can give an instruction to disregard whatever the prosecutor says. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, I hear you fine, honey.
All right. How are you doing today?
He's doing okay.
I'm doing fine, Charlie. I'm just listening.
Yeah.
No, I'm just talking. I'm just like, you know, how you can give an instruction to the jury to only pay attention to the evidence in the case. Don't take anything that the lawyers say in closing as fact. But then they're giving a summary and you're hanging on every word like it is fact. I mean, if what they're saying is not fact, might as well put your headphones on and go to sleep.
Right.
Like you're listening to what they have to say. You're not able to cross-reference that with stuff earlier in the case when he said she never slept at his house again after the 18th and they broke up that week. No, Appleman's like, no, they were dating for 4 or 5 months later. Not true at all. He said a complete fucking lie that paints a picture of something that's not taking place. That should not be allowed.
No, it should not be allowed.
Because if I'm on the jury and I didn't hear it the first time when I was on the stand 4 days earlier when I had asked me when our relationship ended, and they didn't catch that, but they're locked in Appleman on Monday, she's letting them know it didn't end until 4 months later afterwards. Carried on a relationship? No, I didn't carry on a relationship for 4 or 5 months. That's a complete lie. If that's the case, then what Appleman's saying does make more sense.
No, but it wasn't the case.
But it wasn't the case.
She just lied.
So you're lying. You're lying to create a story for your case to sound better.
They bought cocaine with the money that Charlie had given Katie to give to them for expenses. They gave them, he gave them a goodly sum. I think it was about $5 grand, wasn't it? Or $2 grand. It was at least $2 grand. I think it was more. I think it was like $5 grand. And don't anyone start talking about fucking Sigfredo Garcia retrieving a bag of money from behind Professor Markel's house in a storm trench that Wendi put there. Come on. Why do people believe that? Why do people believe that? Just think it through, okay? Think it through. What would the fucking point of that be? Oh, God, people are funny. Look, who's going to say in chat, but there was an eyewitness. An eyewitness saw a fat, short Spanish man and a tall Spanish man, and they got a bag. Uh-huh. Okay, yeah. Oh, I wish someone would come to me and try and argue that point because I'm ready. I'm ready with facts.
And it does. Like, it does. I can't see how that's not appealable. That, like, she's telling the jury that we carried on a relationship for 4 or 5 months when we were done that week.
Without any proof.
I mean,
Just said it.
yeah. Just said it. Why would they not believe it? The prosecutor's not lying to them. They're officers of court. The prosecutor. Why was she lying about relationships, though? And you see that we are, we're cahoots together. We're carrying on this relationship.
Yeah. I know that. Charlie? Honey? Charlie, can you hear me? Let's wait about 30 seconds.
Yeah.
I thought I heard like a shh.
9:36. I wonder if the battery went.
9:46. Might have. Charlie, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I lost you for about 30 or 40 seconds there. Just hearing it now. Yeah.
But I couldn't hear it. But, it's like, we hooked up once in October. Look at the relationship, so boyfriend and girlfriend from that night forward for 4 or 5 months until we decided to separate. She makes it seem like we didn't separate because of that. Yes, we did. But you're going to lie, and then people are going to listen to your lie, and then they're going to evaluate the case. Every word out of your mouth is to make people fucking hate me. Hate my mom, hate my sister, show an autopsy photo. Hate you, hate your mom, hate your sister, show another autopsy photo. Bring in the code, bring in the coincidence, bring in the landline shit. Like, none of that has to do with my fucking house on the 18th. None of it.
No.
I'm like, it's exactly what I pictured. Honestly, Mom, exactly what I pictured being without even, it's even worse than I pictured. Put it that way. Like, I pictured it being an unwinnable place that we could come to and get a fair trial. Unwinnable. They made it only in the mouth to get an Adelson up here for 7 years. They've had an Adelson in their mouth for 7 years. They were mad at Willie Meggs for what he said. They were really mad at him. They got nothing new. Everything on Dolce Vita could be explained, especially by the fact you missed the whole first half of the conversation. You're hearing only bits and pieces, and there's no context unless I tell you why I said what I said and why I said it. You know, like it's all perfectly explainable. I mean, remember when Anne was asking me questions, and she was asking me questions about it. I was explaining what I said and why I said it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I wasn't hiding from it. I was like, no, she always used that expression, this Nazi shit, because the Nazis were crazy. So I'm trying to tell her I'm going to get someone to go crazy on these people and get them to stop.
Right.
I think when he said it's going to be fucking Nazi shit, I mean, what it really means is total, non-discriminate, murderous rage violence, right? I mean, that's what we're playing with here. Total annihilation, extermination. I mean, he might as well say, I'm gonna go Terminator on these guys, Now he's just saying, no, that was something that Katie used to say for when someone is going crazy. Yeah, what does that mean in that context? Crazy Nazi shit. Yeah. I mean, it must be so funny. I mean, imagine being Charlie and having to watch the video recorded from your left side behind you, or your right side behind you, in Dolce Vita, where he's having this conversation with Katie. If you fuck with the king himself, you're gonna have to kill him, because he's gonna be a big problem. Oh. I could go up to fucking Orlando and rob a Burger King. Hey, Katie, you just rented a car. Can I borrow it for the weekend? Yeah, sure. Look the fuck. This whole thing. I mean, it'd be horrible to listen to yourself having any conversation, I think. At least for me. That's why I don't watch my own streams anymore. I don't think it would be good for my mental health. But yeah, to have to listen to yourself spout shit loudly in a busy restaurant, in a murder investigation, when you're discussing, basically ordering an additional murder, right? Find out who this guy is and murder him because, we don't need this. We don't want this. We don't need this. He has to go. That's basically what the deal was.
Why did he get?
Oh, thank you so much, Victoria Girl, for the to Charlie's inner German Shepherd. I feel like a German Shepherd because I always need something to do. That's what he said the other day. It's so funny. Has anyone ever heard anyone say that on planet Earth? I'm like a German Shepherd because I always need something to do. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, please do, everybody else, support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/TrueCrimeMetrix, PayPal, and Super Chats. That'd be great. And we've also got our fantastic merch, kosher style. Isn't that great? You see, we've put a prawn right there. Or a shrimp, I should say, talking to you North Americans. Yeah, no, there's a bunch of merch, bunch of colors. And the links are in the description for this video. How do I...
I want to go crazy on that guy in the first place. I'm like, because I have someone protecting me and handling it. And she made it clear. And she wouldn't tell me who the person was. This guy wasn't hiding his identity. It couldn't have been the same person. Like, that wire, when I said it's not the same person without a doubt, done 48 hours. Like,
Right.
that is comparing the first extortion to the second extortion.
That's right.
Like, plain as day. Like, that should be a tape that you play, and you're like, that's reasonable doubt. We just heard what he's talking about. We're good. No. We're building a case on Wendy's book, her mom's emails, Wendy's travel.
He's saying the fact that he said to Donna's saying, oh, they handed me a sheet of paper with a phone number on it, and it was also written $5,000. And Charlie said, did they give you a time frame? And Donna said, no, they just handed me the paper and walked off. And Charlie said, it's not done like that. And he's trying to cite here that the fact that he said it's not done like that is evidence that he is comparing Donna's extortion to Charlie's original extortion that happened, supposedly, as he claims, on July 18th, 2014. But I don't think it does evidence that he's comparing it. If he were comparing it, he would say, did they give you a time frame? No? Well, hang on, that's not what happened to me at all. I was given a time frame. So it's not the same guy that did it to me. That would be clear, right? That would be good for him. But of course, and when he says it's not done this way, he's not comparing anything. He's just doing what he's always doing. And we just get little bits and pieces. But that John Gotti fucking Paul Castellano spiel he went on yesterday, it's like he's got this thing. He obviously likes mob movies. He thinks organized crime is really cool and fucking, I was going to say read up, but something tells me he's not much of a reader. He absorbs things about criminality because he thinks he's a hot shot, untouchable, like, both sides of the tracks. I'm a dentist and a gangster. Yeah, so cool. I got fit women. So cool. I got fucking stapled cash. So fucking cool. I got a safe full of money and my keys to my Ferrari with a little black horse on the logo. So fucking cool. He's a moron.
Her travel plans that day. Like the code word TV, the home phone line. Oh, none of that has anything to do with the case or me, especially me. But it's like, what are the chances of her showing up there on that day, that time, that street, and she's not involved?
Oh.
So when I said it to me, he goes, that's 1 in a million, man. That the odds of that, what are the odds of that? That's 1 in a million that she's going down that street.
Oh, hey, Soap, ring that bell. Ring that bell. I think it's Rochelle. Rochelle, is that you? How you doing and where have you been? Where the fuck have you been? We've been so worried. We sent out a search party. Soap, cancel the search party. Is it Rochelle? Crime and Coffee Crew. I think it used to be called Crime and Coffee, but I recognize the logo. Welcome back, Rochelle. We hope you're doing well.
That day, that time, an hour afterwards, and it's not related to what just happened. When that person said that to me, I got sick. But I thought, like, okay, that doesn't have anything to do with me. That's her. But you know what? If she was there because she couldn't help herself, it's because she would have had a note from me. More than likely. So clear that woman. Is that a coincidence? Like, she couldn't help herself. Like, it tied everything. Like, it was worse than I anticipated. As bad as I thought it would be if I came up here, I didn't think that it was going to be this kind of show with that kind of evidence. I mean, even to the point they're showing the 536 number. They're creating evidence. And you know what's crazy, Mom? When Dan saw that, when I was with him, and he saw that demonstrative, you know what he said to me? When I was going through stuff with him here at the jail, in the room? He goes, that's awesome. He goes, if they're going to use this as a demonstrative, fantastic. He goes, let them. He's like, I will destroy them with how stupid this is. He's like,
Hello, Colorado. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, that reminds me, we need to check our map. Now, we're doing quite well, as you can see. We have all the red states represent where we have Metrix domination. But we still need 12 more. We need Alaska, New Hampshire, Vermont, what's that one? Rhode Island, Delaware, West Virginia, Alabama, Mississippi, Nebraska, North Dakota, and Wyoming. So Colorado, yeah, yeah. I guess we know where you are, right? Go and tell your neighbor. Go and tell Wyoming to wake up, okay? They need to get down here too. If anybody is in a gray state, please let us know in the comments. And not just in visiting, living there, registered. That needs to be your home state. Otherwise, it's just cheating. You know, I could do it myself. All I would need to do is visit every state and watch my own show. That would be a sad life, wouldn't it? Just going from small town hotel to small town hotel, watching myself on YouTube. Is it really that different in reality? It's more the same. I just travel less. But that's okay. If anyone is in a grey state, please let us know in the comments.
this doesn't prove anything. This just, I mean, they gave something statistically significant, but I'm calling from my cell phone to their home phone.
Okay, Rochelle, good to know that you are safe and good and everything. So you going to be back now? Are you going to be covering Donna's trial? Are you going down there? Are you going to be sending Judge Everett cupcakes? Oh, yeah. Um, yeah. Good to have you back on the airwaves, Rochelle. Welcome back.
Because I know they're home and they get better reception on the landline. Oh, I'm going to destroy them with this, because this just shows how they're just grasping and they have really no idea what's going on.
But because they didn't have any real evidence, so they did that. They paid bills to them.
And he was going to destroy them. You know what, Mom? The people that were there hated you so much. Everything you.
Have you seen our new merch store, Rochelle? We tried it with fucking what's it called? Teespring. They were horrible. We went over to Bonfire, who are awesome. We've had all the deliveries so far have been on time, safe, true to life, fantastic value, and we've started a range of kosher style merch in honor of our mutual friend, Kosher Style. Yeah, everybody go to the merch store and get fantastic merch. Oh, here's one that we did today. Ooh, stay tuned for Wendi. Whose idea was that? I forget. I must credit the person who came up with the idea. Stay tuned by True Crime Metrics. Where's the other one? I like the other one with the burger, the cheeseburger. Ah, yes. That is a good one. Who doesn't love that? If you like burgers, and if you like milk and meat, and mixing them together, but in a way that's kosher style, buy this t-shirt. Or hoodie. Bosh.
Put on that plate in front of them, they eat it up. It just became a pile of evidence. Looking at it and going, this is a pile of shit. They were poor people who were the dot on the map on the way to civilization. It's like saying this smart ass woman writing a book And they show an autopsy photo. I mean, it was like a psychological. It was put in together like to psychologically lead somebody to hate the person, to feel like they were personally insulted, and to render a verdict. Like you would not stand a chance with that jury, with any jury up here. I said to Dan, there's like this was crazy. This was crazy. Like I got Josh Dubin to tell me I don't need the girl who just listens to Over My Dead Body podcast. Like, I mean, he did a great job asking people questions and interviewing. Like, he really was fantastic. But as far as picking a jury, it was an obvious waste. It was an obvious waste.
Yeah.
You know, it was an obvious waste. And I don't even think because Dan said to me, they didn't believe me. Because they didn't believe, they had to not believe, and maybe he's just talking, but they didn't believe what you said is what actually happened. But I'm like, look at them and look at me and look at my life,
So it was Kosher Styles' idea for the Metrix, for the Wendi. Stay tuned. Hey, you know what I realized today? I was checking out on the advice of one of our viewers a channel called Moms for Justice, right? And she brought up, I didn't watch the whole thing, but I saw a bit of it, and I think what she was going to do was talk about Wendy's place in Texas, which we did months ago. Just kidding. But she named the county, and this is it. And the reason that it struck me, she said northeast of Austin, right? Hang on, I'll show you the county. How do we do that? We go over here. The county is Williamson County, and this is it. And Wendi lives somewhere in there. And about 9 years ago, after I got that German girl pregnant, I was going to move to Austin. Where was I going to live? I was going to live in a place called Liberty Hill, which I didn't know at the time, but it's right there. It's right there in the fucking county that Wendi moved to. So if all had gone well with that situation, at some point in time, I might have had a son that would attend the same school as Ben and Lincoln. I mean, what the fuck? I don't exactly know where. I could dig out the address. The Moms for Justice lady didn't want to show it for some reason, but I'd forget where exactly Wendi was. But it's not too big of a county. I mean, it's quite possible that Wendi could be at the Santa Rita Ranch, just round the corner from my Liberty Hill. How strange is that? Of all the places I could move to in the States, well, I didn't really pick it, but that's what it was going to be. The same county that Wendi Adelson fled to. I'll say it. I'll say it. Yeah. Trivia.
they weren't there, and they don't know what my life was like, and they weren't at my house that night.
Oh,
They didn't
what's my take on Tim Jensen putting out false info?
want to be.
I can tell you some of that. I had this fucking asshole come to me today in the comments, and I'll see if I can dig it out. I'll read it out.
They couldn't relate to me. They had nothing in common with me. They hated me to begin with. You know, anybody that would have been like that would have been a 2 and 10 that you would have said these people would be good for him. They got that. They knew the jurors didn't want that. Okay? It wasn't even about the jurors I didn't want. It was the ones that were terrible. I had to get rid of them.
That's what I don't understand how it's not that far. How they could just say, yeah, I could be fair, then move on to the next round.
That's all they have to say. I mean, Jesus, you could be a sheriff's officer and come in and it's totally fair. You think you're going to show up to work after you just let me go? Tell your sergeant you let me go? No. All I have to say is I can be totally fair, subjective, and follow the rules of law, and then you're not disqualified. So what podcast was it? And they remember the name of the podcast from 4 years earlier. She remembered the name from 2019. 4 years ago, I listened to the podcast and I saw a Dateline. And I've read a little bit about it too because I think it's pretty interesting. Can you be fair? Oh yeah, no, I definitely can be fair. I mean, I don't need Josh Dugan to sit there and tell me, yeah, you probably want to put an X on this one. You know, he did a great job asking them questions and we got everybody back there. But like Dan said to me, he said, I don't know how truthful our jury was with us.
You don't know how what? I didn't hear that.
All right, he said, I don't know how truthful our jury was with us. I mean, you don't know what you don't know. And when they tell you they know nothing, then what's your follow-up question? Where did you get your news for? I don't really like this. I don't have TV. I just I like to work and garden. And I don't really know much about it. You don't go up there and grab every day. And they know a lot about the case and they're looking forward to it.
Okay, I'll have to do this from memory, but was it 2 days ago? I got a call to say it's just been stated that the state have offered a deal to Donna if to walk out with time served if she gave up Wendi. That was said to me in a nutshell, and I, sort of didn't react, and then I said, okay, well, that doesn't sound right. Where did this information come from? And the answer was STS. Tim Jensen is on there at the moment. And I said, well, and there was also some claim that the state said that they didn't have enough to get Wendi without Donna's testimony. And I said, well, that's bullshit. There's no way that they would say that. All that would do is expose that they feel weak in their position if they do, which they may or may not do. But they wouldn't state that, as part of a fucking agreement of an offer. So I was really spurious. I found the whole thing very spurious from the beginning. But as it moved forward, it seemed to become more and more clear that some form of deal had been offered and turned down. Now, on public record, the states have not confirmed or denied a deal being made, which is standard practice. They're not in the habit of discussing plea negotiations publicly. Why would they be? The defense was contacted, Zellman was contacted, and his wording, you have to always pay very close attention to lawyers' wording, because his wording was, no firm offer has been conveyed to my client, right? Which is very different than saying no offer has been conveyed to my client. And if no offer had been conveyed to his client, he would say that. But he didn't. He said, no firm offer has been conveyed to my client. Then we've got Deep Dish True Crime, who sent an email to, God, what's his name? I'm blanking on his name. What's the boss? What's his fucking name? Oh, man. God damn it. I've just completely blanked on his name. You know, the boss of the attorney's office in Leon County. His name is what? Anybody in chat? It's God, you know when that happens? When you know information and it just leaves your head? I do have a toothache though, so that's probably it. Yeah, Deep Dish True Crime sent him an email to say, you know, I heard about these claims, and no, I'm talking about the boss of Campbell, Jack Campbell. Deep Dish True Crime sent an email to Jack Campbell basically saying, I've heard a rumor, and if you wanted to put anything, if you wanted to make a statement, you know, I'm not in the habit of just putting out rumors. So, da, 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 da. Jack Campbell, yes, Kosher Style. And Jack Campbell's reply, again, was interesting with the wording because his reply was, no such deal has been made, offered. No such deal. Now, the such is important because that then refers back to the conditions as they were expressed in the email from Deep Dish True Crime. You know, it's not an outright denial. So on the defense side, you've got Zellman saying, no firm offer was conveyed to my client. And on the prosecution side, you've got Jack Campbell saying, no such deal was made. Both of those are conditional. Neither of them are outright denials. And because they're not outright denials, I say that's evidence that a deal of some form or fashion has been offered and denied. You know? And to me, that's beyond speculation. It's interpretation based on tangible facts that we have and proper observation of language. You know, lawyers do that all the time. You know, it's the same in sales. So yeah, this fucking dickhead came onto the comments today and was like, "You need to stop false reports. Check facts." And I'm like, number one, if I were Katie Merbano, I'd be like, okay, who are you? Number one. And then I'd be like, fucking A, bro. No, I mean, this dickhead just came in the comments and started telling me what to do, like I had done something wrong. I mean, even my thumbnail had a question mark on it. It said, has Donna been offered a deal? Question mark. Because from the moment that I heard the news, I doubted it. But we discussed it. I didn't make a video going like all those other fucking well, whatever, you know, people do what they want to do. But personally, for me, I would never make a video with a siren that said, breaking, breaking, because I'm not trying to be that, okay? I don't want to be that. I don't want to be the guy that's like, I am the first within the information. I got the information and now I'm bringing it to the public. and Ruth and Phil Markel, they know me by my first name. I just want to talk about things that happen. I'm not here to go, yeah. Like, you know what happens to people that get involved with that? These creators, they get into these little groups, don't they? They get into these fucking little groups where it's us against them and it's competitive and it's horrible and the energy. I can just thinking about it, all that stuff that was happening whenever it was. There's been several occasions where it just, the whole arrangement gets split into sects, and I don't want to be anything to do with that. You know what I mean? So if I have made a video that said breaking, Donna refuses deal, and tried to word it like a fucking newspaper headline, which all those channels do, breaking. I can't stand that. I don't want to do that. If I had have done that, I could understand this fucking arsehole coming at me in the comments. But I didn't. And in fact, if you look at the thumbnail, where is the thumbnail? We can bring it up right here. We can bring it up and show you. You tell me if this looks like a question or whether it looks like breaking news. I have news. We are first with news. Fuck off. And this scumbag, he starts going, no, you really shouldn't be doing this. Don't be lazy. Don't be lazy. Misinformation. And then what did he spell wrong? He spelt the word. I forget what it was, but it was an embarrassing spelling, which I then corrected. I hid his comments. Shall I unhide him so we can read them all? Let's read them all. I might do that. Let's do that. I just want to show you first of all, the thumbnail. Fucking arsehole. I was walking my dog and responding to this guy's messages in what I thought was a grown up, non, you know, I know how these fuckers work. I don't want to get dragged into having an argument with someone I don't know because that's a waste of time. So I thought I was pretty grown up about it. And then he just kept wanting more and more. He was like, yeah, and another thing you need to do. I'm like, what the fuck, man? I just said, okay, you know what? I don't want to have a conversation with you anymore. Please go and watch a channel that you like better than mine or something like that. But now I'm going to call him a prick. Oh, no, that's the thumbnail from today. There it is. There it is. All right. So where does it say breaking news? Breaking news. Has Donna been offered a deal? Question mark. You're spreading false information. And it was only discussed for about, what was it, 10 minutes at the beginning of what was planned to be the main video, which was segment 3 of our Jailhouse calls. Let me see if I can unhide this guy's comments. I'd love to read them out publicly because he's a moron. How do I do that? I go here and I unhide him. Oh, what was his? Oh, that's it. Gary Plum. Anybody know Gary Plum? Tell him he's a fucking asshole. Okay, so now I should be able to see Gary Plum's big stupid comment. Where is Mr. Plum? He's a fucking plum. It still doesn't seem to be here. Oh. Well, it doesn't look like... I can only see the beginning of his comment, which was... The state did not offer a deal, according to prosecutor's office. I don't know why you disseminate... This is the fucking word he spelled wrong, right? Disseminate and false and unverified info to your listeners. Don't be lazy. Jack Campbell went on record to confirm an offer was never made. No, he didn't. I mean, I suppose he put it on record with deep dish true crime. But, I mean, you know, he didn't go onto a podium and it didn't do anything to confirm anything. His response was no such, Jack Campbell's response was no such deal had been made. When he says no such deal, he's referring back to how Deep Dish described it in his email when he asked the question, which was, you know, he listed out the format of the rumor. He asked, I can't remember it verbatim, but it was something like, apparently a deal was offered to Donna that she could walk free with time served if she turned on Wendi and helped them arrest Wendi. So something to that effect. And Jack Campbell's response was not, no deal of any description has been offered. This is a complete rumor. His response was, no such deal has been made. Meaning how it was described by Deep Dish. Well, oh, you can't post it in the comments. All right, what's the search we'll look for? We'll watch it together, Debbie. I know who they are, Debbie. Jack. What? Just give me a search term. What would it be? Jack Campbell. Jack Campbell. Google Jack Campbell. Okay. Jack Campbell. What, just Jack Campbell? Do you know how many fucking Jack Campbells there are? Oh, here we go. All right, we'll watch this together. I'm good with that. It's beside the point. Anyway, because I didn't make any claim. I was discussing a claim. Not that I fucking owe anyone anything. I can do whatever the fuck I want here. I'm not trying to be a person with information, you know? Breaking! Breaking!
Mayor Sergeant is set to kick off in just under 2 weeks. She has her final I'm a sergeant in downtown Tallahassee. Donna Adelson's long-awaited trial is set to kick off in just under 2 weeks. She has her final pretrial hearing on Friday, but that's not all the developments taking place in this case this week. I would like to start with the latest that you've been dealing with in terms of the Adelson trial pertaining to rumors of a plea deal.
It's just totally unfounded and untrue. No such plea offer has been extended.
State Attorney Jack Campbell firmly denying in terms of the Adelson trial. Developments taking place in this case this week. I would like to start with the latest that you've been dealing with in terms of the Adelson trial pertaining to rumors of a plea deal.
It's just totally unfounded and untrue. No such plea offer has been extended.
State Attorney Jack Campbell firmly denied.
Well, I'd like to see the whole tape. They've obviously taken a very short snippet out of that.
Any plea negotiation.
Not to mention that I really don't like Jack Campbell. When he was talking after the last September when Donna's trial was supposed to go ahead, and then Rashbaum and Morris had to be removed. That he made lengthy comments, and I saw a man completely out of his depth, bad at his job, and I don't have any respect for this man whatsoever.
For Donna Adelson. Adelson is accused of orchestrating a murder-for-hire plot in Tallahassee, which led to the death of her former son-in-law, Florida State professor Dan Markell, in 2014. Reports that Adelson had been offered a plea deal of time served if she testified against her daughter and Markell's ex-wife, Wendi Adelson, were first reported on the podcast Surviving the Survivor. Adelson's attorney, Joshua Zellman, also...
And, for the record, I'm not warm to Tim Jensen either. That guy really likes being a guest on the podcast. He's obviously got a drive to do that. And don't give me all this shit about he's out for justice. He's driving the wheels of justice because he's compassionate about fucking, Ruth and Phil Markell and da-da-da-da-da. He likes being on the podcast. It ends there.
Also confirmed to me in an email that no offer was made by the state to Mrs. Adelson. Do you expect this rumor to have any impact on that jury selection?
Well, that's my concern, and that's why
Whoa. Do you expect this rumor to have any impact on the jury selection?
Confirmed to me in an email that no offer was made by the state to Mrs. Adelson. Do you expect this rumor to have any impact on that jury selection?
Well, that's my concern, and that's why the ethical rules allow pretrial publicity for corrections of things like this, and that's why
Hang on.
Rumor to have any impact on that jury selection?
Well, that's my concern, and that's why the ethical rules allow pretrial publicity for corrections of things like this, and that's why I so quickly wanted to come out and correct it.
I spoke with criminal defense lawyer Dan Pumphrey Jr. with Pumphrey Law, who has been following this case. He doesn't believe Judge Everett, who's over this case, will let these rumors have any impact on jury.
They're going to vet that jury, and they're going to want to make sure on both sides that the plea negotiations are not going to affect the panel.
Campbell says he still expects the case to go to trial. That will begin August 19th.
Obviously, we don't know how long the jury will deliberate, but I would expect it to be done in 3 weeks.
A reminder that Donna Adelson's final
Yeah, I'll say. They're not going to have time for dinner, put it that way.
pretrial hearing is Friday. That's set to begin at 9 a.m. In downtown Tallahassee, Mayor Sargent, ABC 27.
Yeah, I mean, okay, well. I don't believe this. There's too much. No one from an official capacity is making definitive, all-encompassing answers. Everyone is leaving wiggle room, right? Even there. And even, we only saw two snippets of what was discussed there. I would say from the wording of everything, if we look at all things, and I'm not talking anything, I haven't watched Surviving the Survivors thing, I haven't, I'm not interested. I don't, it's not my thing. But in the wording of Zellman, in the wording of Deep Dish and his correspondence with Campbell, it seems to me that the most likely thing that some offer was made, which I would expect at this late stage pre-trial. But again, it doesn't fucking matter. If an offer was made, she didn't take it, trial goes on. Trial starts on 19th of August. There's nothing else to discuss here, I just think it's funny how people are under the illusion that they have any effect on what this is doing. Tim Jansen, you like being on the podcast. That's it. Maybe we should just go through these comments while I've been ranting and made me kind of forget about my toothache though, so that's good. Rochelle says, I believe Tim has been in Wendy's camp for a long time. This is definitely going to be a question for the jury now. Well, I mean, he was originally, apparently. I really, this side of things, who says what and what camp they're in, it's not really what I'm here to do or think about. I've heard from other people that he started off as a Wendi believer and was very much on her side of things, and at some point came round to believing she was culpable. If Charlie, maybe we should make these. If Charlie lost a game of pickleball, he would go on and on about it for months. Yeah. Uh, no address, but Mom for Justice lady posted pics of house they're renting under her BF's name for that area. Yeah, we did that a while ago. We had a look all around the house. I think it was in maybe March. It's been known for a while, and we did a full walk through her house, and it was horrible, horribly decorated, and weird layout. It's just strange. But I didn't see the full episode of Mom, Justice Mom. Uh, yeah. The rented apartment, which had all dirty floor. I did that, and Paddy's Playhouse did that a while back. Breaking Wendy's house. Charlie paid a fortune to select a jury that convicted him in a couple of hours. Yeah. These jury consultants. I mean, what a license to print money. Huh? You've got a, who is your customer? Your customer is a desperate millionaire with his life on the line, all dependent on 12 people sitting in a box. And you come in and convince him that you are definitely the guy to help him get the right 12 people in the box so he doesn't have to spend the rest of his life in the concrete shitbox. Acapella. Oh, I remember showing a house was a dog with a dog in the backyard. Was that Wendy's? It may have been. We did Bree's house. We did Wendy's apartment in South Beach, I think. We did her house in Austin, and We did some other things as well. What other houses have we done? Well, we did the Chandler Halderson one recently, but obviously that's not this case. I don't know. I think we did some other ones. Oh, Charlie's two houses, of course. Charlie's two houses we did as well. Maybe I should title those videos like what they are, because it was just in the middle of another live stream, so I have no idea which one it was. Yeah, four chairs and an umbrella was the house in Austin, I think. On the deck, kind of a square deck and a big plain grass lawn. I think that was the Austin house. Kind of Corinthian pillars out on the front step, very very tacky, very Caesar's Palace. Is there any chance they'd indict Fancy at some point? Um, I'm just going through the comments, guys. Verbiage of the lawyers is carefully constructed, and I think you're onto something. Yeah, man. You know, like that's a checked fact. You know, if a lawyer says something like no fair offer was conveyed to my client, the word fair has so much meaning. If a statement is made, no such deal was offered, it's a very different thing to saying no deal has been offered. And if it is the case that no deal of any variety or description has been offered, lawyers like to make that clear. So I don't claim anything. I don't really care, but I'm saying stuff that maybe others haven't noticed. Because that's the other thing with this fucking competitive rush that some people do with, some creators do with this breaking, I've got to be the first with the fucking news. Is they're so eager for that, right? That they jump over little bits and pieces that help build the picture. That's where I come in. Okay, Donna, either you give up Harvey and Wendi, or just Wendi, and we go after Harvey too. Yeah, I don't think Harvey would even make it to trial. You know, he's 81 now. He could be awaiting trial for 2 years and then be 83. Would he really make it? Mm. Oh yeah, Soap's okay. A little needy. I don't know. She might be in heat. Something. But it is pretty darn hot here. How's how's oh man, I forget the name of the place. Bombshell. Well, you know that's what this Justice Mom called the video. I don't, you know, she seems perfectly nice. Just someone like me, really, just doing their thing. And you know, I'm sure I've experimented with. I'm sure I have put breaking on a video title before to see how that would affect things, you know. But I don't want to do it. I've decided I don't want to do it because, you know, like for the reasons I've said. Yeah, I know I was clear. This wasn't info from the state. I don't know what that moron, Gary Plum, um, was talking about. I don't know why people come to YouTube channels and start telling the creator what they should or shouldn't be doing, like as if we're somehow on contract. You know, I could come onto YouTube and say Elon Musk has just fallen into the sun. You know, I could say anything I want. I mean, it really doesn't matter. I could say Elon Musk has just married an orangutan in Sumatra, and they're going to have the reception held at a rubber factory. Are they anonymous sources? Those are the best kind. They can claim pretty much anything. Yeah, right. That was a bit of a gimmick that I haven't heard in a while. I think in reality it was one source, and it was Tim Jensen, covered in ketchup. Well, it will definitely be used for appeal, Rochelle says. So you're saying that the uh, the fact that some spurious rumor was made, let's just imagine for the sake of argument that that is categorically, there was no deal and this whole thing was a rumor, and so for appellate purposes, the claim would be what? I mean, part of the jury selection process will be, have you heard anything about this case in the media? And if they have, that doesn't necessarily preclude them from serving on the jury, because the next question is, if the answer is yes, the next question would be something to the effect of, taking into account what you know of the case through the media, have you formed an opinion? And if the answer is no, you're good to go. If the answer is yes, the next question is, bearing in mind that you have formed an opinion based upon what you have seen in the media, do you think you are capable of putting that opinion aside and judging the case solely based on the facts as presented in the courtroom? If the answer is yes, you're what is the word? You remain an option. You know, you're what is the word? You're credible, or you know, I think there's a better word, but for want of a better word, you're credible. I mean, she can use it on appeal. I don't see. This was a small rumor in the greater scheme of things, made made online, which many people don't watch. You know, I don't see how the Jack Campbell's saying, well, this is our concern that a rumor would affect the jury. In what way? I mean, you know, you telling me that you can't find 12 people that didn't hear the rumor? it's like It's not that big of a deal. Um, it's third and long. Wow, so many comments. I don't believe that they'd let her walk with time served. That's for a murder charge. I mean, yeah, she's 75 years old. So originally I think she was offered, I think, I'm going from memory here, don't get fucking some arsehole in the comments. That wasn't a checked fact. Misinformation. I think I remember that Donna Adelson was originally offered 20 years or something. Way back. Just to say it was her, right? Just to say she did it. She's guilty and she'd get 20 years. I think I remember that. Of course, 20 years to someone that's 75, or probably she was 73 at the time, or no, 74, I guess, is life sentence anyway. You're not getting out. Acapella says, yes, you showed many houses over there, a couple of episodes, Adelson related. One of them had some strange closet that we were trying to figure out in a corner of a big room. Oh, that's the other one we did as well, Acapella, the original Adelson family home. I think I'm going to do a little tour, short video tour of these. There I go again, saying my ideas publicly before they've been produced. Look, Rochelle's going to get on this now. Tomorrow we're going to go to Crime and Coffee, and it's going to be video tour of every Adelson property. That's all right, Rochelle. It's just because I think you're the only creator here, so I'm picking on you. 98 degrees, man, that's hot. All right, I think we're pretty much caught up with the comments now. So should we finish off the rest of this? It's 40 minutes left.
You know, but I can tell you this: 5 people had law enforcement in their family, and 3 people, either them or their spouse, worked at Florida State.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand that. They shouldn't have been on the jury. Certainly the law enforcement.
Therefore, they had law enforcement in their family. The problem is this is a law enforcement community. You know, you're not going to go to church and not know 10 police officers that go to your church. There's nine law enforcement agencies in Tallahassee. 9. You know, FDLE, Highway Patrol, Sheriff's Office, Tallahassee Police, you got the Capitol Police, you got the FBI. Like, there's a lot of agencies that have the carry guns up there. I was told there's actually 9. So it's pretty likely you got someone in your family that's a police officer or a friend of a police officer or you work at Florida State or your spouse works at Florida State or, you know, I mean,
Man, going on that rant, I have no pain in my teeth, face, head, or brain anymore. It's gone. I wish people would make me angry more. What is the product? Bon Jelly. Barn jelly, that's what we're getting tomorrow.
And you're looking at this fat schlub that worked at the fucking bookstore at Florida State, wearing his Florida State gear, sitting there looking at a Florida State Seminole shirt. Thinking to myself, like, guy makes $12 an hour at the bookstore when he's writing a book, Trash in Tallahassee, on the way to Miami. Just like in the book. Small dot on the map on the way to civilization. Like, all that was in the case for one reason only. And it was just to get people paid. Why do you think she was asking me, what does Bree do for Dave? And how old is she?
Yeah, I know. I know. I heard these questions, and Ted and I are looking at each other like, what? What's she asking? Makes no sense.
Because she knew that she was the nanny, so she was thinking this girl was like, could have been 16, 17, 18.
Yeah.
And it would have sounded like scandalous. That's why I answered her. I said, no, she graduated college, and then she went to work for Dave. She's 24. And then that position, she's the mother of my child. That's her very nicely. Very actually appreciated me talking about it like that. Saying that she went to college, not just saying she was the nanny,
That's right.
I started off by saying she went to college for 4 years, or 6 days. She went to college, she graduated, and then she went to work for Dave. Like, totally takes her away from the down point of saying, like, oh, was she 18?
Yeah.
That's where she was headed with it. Just the way everything else was like, what she did was she knew she wasn't going to win on cross-examination with me.
No, she lost on that, actually. Everybody said
Sure.
she totally lost. Yeah.
She totally lost. She totally got corrected multiple times. I knew the wires better than her. I know the case better than her. She lost. So when a prosecutor has the defendant on the stand and she gets nowhere, she's getting put in her place, what does she do? She puts on a Dateline TV show for 2 hours for autopsy photos.
How many times did she put those pictures up?
Twice. And it wasn't just like she showed the picture and they saw it and she moved on. She left it up and talked with it on. What she did is first she showed the photo of him with his blue tie and a white shirt standing by the law school white columns,
Right.
So first it was that photo, and then this is what happened to him. This is the before, and this is the after. He was stripped of his clothes, put on the table, and photographed. This is what he looked like that day.
So why did she show it again? What was the reason? Because we didn't see anything like that.
Oh yeah, no, they wouldn't show that on TV. It's the most horrible graphic photos I've ever seen in my life.
But why did she show it a second time?
To make the effect twice as effective for the jury.
But when was she doing that? Was she doing that in the summation? Because I didn't see that.
Yeah.
But, she did. She had it up there.
Oh yeah. Listen, behind her, like facing the jury, is a screen that's hanging down that's bigger than a projector screen you have in the old house. It's probably like 8 feet wide by 6 feet high. It's at least 8 by 6, 10 by 12. So when they're putting things on the projector or the elbow, that's what is being projected in front of the jury. It's like bright LED light. So they're sitting there, and after they get, and it was timed obviously, and she knew what her script was, so it was kind of like, you get the insulting things from Wendi about people in Tallahassee and her desire to live down south. She belittles Tallahassee. She lied about belittling Tallahassee. And then her mother wants her to come down south.
Oh, mute button, sorry. Kosher Style wants a new shirt that says, Kosher Style says Metrix. How about a shirt that has Wendy's face and says, "Hey Charlie, this woman is your sister"? Yeah, well, maybe we can do something with that. I got a bunch to get through, though. Even the where is it? desktop, and then even this one, I think, could do with just maybe a little bit more. Put it together maybe a little bit too quickly. Maybe we could do an improvement. What do you think? Yeah, I mean, I want to try and get as many. I'm trying to do like one design a day among a million other things in preparation for trial. But yeah, we'll jot it down, Kosher style. Thanks for the ideas.
And then next thing you know, you see an autopsy photo of Dan. You got your motive, you see what happened to him, and you get sick, and you got your little princess writing a story, foreshadowing, saying it's just a fictional place. But let's be honest, like, it was North Florida State. The girl was an immigration lawyer, married to a college professor with 2 small children, boys, in a town that sounds just like Tallahassee. Like, you'd be lying if you said it wasn't Florida State, and her life of it, in the Panhandle or somewhere in North Florida. And it was just a dive with a small stop on the map on the way to civilization. I mean, listen, it's just a line in a book, but you got to admit it's perfectly good with Kaplan's story.
I did. Totally did. I just took you off speaker because while we was talking, Dad just fell asleep. So I'm just putting you in my ear.
Yeah, no. That's good. The Xanax is probably kicking in, huh?
Yeah, he needs that.
Definitely keep him taking his ass because it's not working on a heart attack or an overload of sleep.
No.
That was really fucking up completely.
Look, I have a lot of information. I'm working on getting an appeals attorney, and yes, there are specific things that you can get an appeal for, but there are also extenuating circumstances, which is what I'm going for. So let's give it a little bit of a chance. What I'm confused about, and I need to talk to Dan about tomorrow, is I don't know if it has to be filed within 30 days or 60 days. So if it's 30, I gotta get moving on this.
Okay.
Yeah. So
no, this has to be extenuating circumstances. Like I'm just like,
that's how I feel.
I mean, listen, I know everybody who loses a trial must feel that way, but like,
no, this is different.
This is different. Like this has to be part of a fucking bad movie. Like Dan's been doing this for 25 years. Like he would never be saying the things he was saying.
Of course not. Oh my God. Of course not.
It makes him look like a fool.
Yes.
Like especially when I did as well as I did, and he did as well as he did. And it's like, oh well, you can't predict juries. No, guess what? When I'm using my extras to get people off who listen to a 6-hour podcast, like when I'm using my extras to get people off a 6-hour podcast, and the state's witness, the headline case, says it could have been an extortion, right then and there, the case should be over. That's what it's about. Not Wendy's book, her foreshadowing, and her travel plans of that day, and me calling. I'm sitting there and I'm writing post-it note after post-it note after post-it and handing it to Dan, and he's just like, stop. He's like, stop it. And I'm like, okay, I get it. Like, obviously, he can't do anything about it. He's going to do his little shtick. But, like, that's what it was. It was a little shtick. He didn't have, photos that were going to shake everybody to the core. He had puzzle pieces. Saying, hey, they don't fit. Guess what? These people just saw the most graphic photos of their life left on the screen multiple times. The autopsy photos. Like, horrible photos. Like,
I know.
The kind of stuff that people see probably when they go to war. They get PTSD from what they saw. And then leaning on this after talking about Wendi going, writing her book. taking a shit on you on the way down south. Use your common sense, guys. Listen, when someone talks to you like that, that's just saying like,
Yeah.
you're smarter than they are. You get the final word. Like, you gonna buy this shit? Like, no. Why don't you listen to the witnesses? Listen to Luis Rivera. He said this could have been an extortion.
Yeah.
Like, that your own state's witness. He's like, I was lied to. Okay, that's all enough that you to quit right there. But it's not that. They confuse them with so much other extemporary bullshit. Wow.
Just bullshit. Yeah, that's what it was. Bullshit.
Yeah, literally. Because it's funny. It made so much sense. Brian Watson at one point said to me, Charlie, if they ever find out the exact code on TV, that he would be screwed. Brian, do you know why they're never going to figure out what the code is? Exactly what it is? He goes, well, why? What's that? I go, there is no fucking code. You can't figure out code when there is none. So I can promise you in a billion years it'll never be figured out because there was never one. He's like, man, that's just really unfortunate that happened. And and it's easy things to grab hold of. I mean, there has to be
something they can understand and remember because it's easy.
Yeah. And hey, listen. When the person shows up at the scene of the crime, they can almost get planned on being arrested just for that.
Right. I know.
And here, suspect numero uno shows up at the scene of the crime that morning, an hour afterwards, by coincidence. My friend from Detroit said that's 1 in a million.
Yeah. I know.
My friend from Detroit says it's 1 in a million. He just loves to say these big numbers. Well, there's a big difference between 10,000 and 1 million. You know what I heard recently? This is cool. This is a good way to visualize the difference between 1 million and 1 billion. Okay? How much time in seconds? Shit, I don't remember if it's seconds or minutes. What would it be? No, it must be seconds. Yeah, definitely seconds. How much time in seconds would it be for 1 million seconds? The answer is, I believe, 11 days. How much time would it be if you had 1 billion with a B seconds? The answer is 31 years. 1 million seconds is 11 days. 1 billion seconds is 31 years. It's a good way to visualize it, isn't it?
So in order to think she's innocent, she has to be that 1 in a million that she's innocent. The other 999,000 smell like shit. Like, that's the definition of being at the wrong place. You ever see the movie My Cousin Vinny?
Yeah, long time ago.
Do you remember how, like, when the two boys, they were going on, like, a road trip, and they pulled into the convenience store with a sack of soap, and then they left, and then, like, as they were leaving, a car with near identical color, near identical size, and two people that fit their description pulled up, and they robbed the place, and they killed the clerk. But when they left, that one that had a different model, almost identical. The only difference was one tire said positive rear traction, one tire spun while the other tire didn't. And she was mercifully on the stand to prove that could have come from the same car that was in my positive traction. You remember that?
I don't remember that. I don't.
And they showed her the pictures of the tire marks. And if she was like, my whole family was mechanics, and I know mechanics, and I do this.
Oh, right, when she was on the stand.
Like,
yes.
She's like, that car didn't come with a positive traction. It only came in the 67. The 66 didn't have positive traction. So one tire was spinning while the other tire was up in the air, and that's why there was only one tread mark. They couldn't have been it. And then they come in and they're like, someone was just arrested with this gun and this car in the town over, and they were robbing a convenience store. It's like literally two guys fitting their description in the same car, pulled up, like within seconds of them leaving, went in the store, killed the clerk, and drove off. And these guys had just left the store with the same color car and the same description.
Yeah.
And it's like, what are the chances?
I know. It's a really good example. I had forgotten about that.
Yeah, and like the eyewitness put them at the scene. Like their eyewitnesses identified them, and they had just left, and they had the same car, near identical same car, but the witnesses all identified them and put them there. And it's like, so you think the witnesses are making it up that two youths with like the same 1967 Pontiac lime green showed up? I mean, it happened.
It happened.
You were part. Isn't that positive attraction? So my point is like, it's that kind of thing when you show a guy who works in the post office for 20 years and there's all these streets, and she's taking streets she shouldn't be on, and she's taking the most direct route, and she's traveling 10 miles and having 4 liquor stores, and then she shows up at the crime scene. That was in their opening, that was in their closing.
Yeah.
When they're opening and closing,
Well, maybe you should have thought of this earlier, Charlie, and hired Joe Pesci as your defense counsel. That would be great, wouldn't it? This is what we need AI to do. I don't need it to fucking, make funny pictures and videos of politicians at Christmas. I want to see Joe Pesci representing Charlie Adelson in Leon County Courthouse, going up against Georgia Kaplan. Mr. Gambini, what are you wearing? That suit better be made out of some sort of cloth. He's great, isn't he? Fred Wynn, is it? What does he say? We don't have a lot of serial killers in Beecham County. What we do have is every bit of a sophisticated system of justice they have in the rest of the country. You being from New York might think y'all gonna get special treatment. You won't. Now, I tell you this because I want you to know. When you come into my courtroom, what is it? I forget it. You'll be given no leeway whatsoever. What's the best bit? I tell you this because I'm not a patient man. But when it comes to procedure, I forget it. It's great.
on the same stuff, those are the points they want you to remember. Like, no debate about what happened at my house on the 18th.
Yeah.
And guess what? There ain't no debate that when you showed up at the crime scene an hour after it happened, 10 miles away.
Yeah.
Like, that is something that's hard evidence that you can't debate. Mine is he said, she said.
Right.
You can't debate when you showed up at the crime scene an hour after that, 10 miles away. You can't argue it. It happened. You can't argue the book that she wrote with the lines that she put in there. Like, you can't because it happened. Then you look at people and you go with the code and all that shit, and you go, use your common sense. I mean, someone gives you that answer, use your common sense. What do you think it is? And by the way, she insulted you guys on the way out of town. She changed the kid's last name. She keeps the grandparents from seeing the kid. And she found her way to civilization. And here's an autopsy photo.
Yeah.
You tell them, you're having a nice conversation with them while this big screen, 8 feet by 10 feet, with the worst photo you've ever seen in your life, telling them that this man was stripped naked
on a slab, photographed, at his autopsy. Just a few hours earlier, he was at the gym, Tallahassee, at Premier Fitness. And he suffered for 14 hours. You feel horrible, and then you feel horrible, and she's a bitch because she left 48 hours later in South Florida. See, the thing is this one. In a normal world, this never would have flown because you would have a case that not everybody on the planet knew about. So I wouldn't be wasting my excess. I don't need Josh Dubin to tell me not to get the girl who just watched over my Dead Body podcast on my case. How insightful was he for Dan to say I spent the most amount of time I ever had on a case, I've never known it this well. I had a defendant testify and score 95% in my eyes, and you can't get one person to agree with you? Not one person. Dan was working that one person would call this case. Because usually when I have a case, I always want to get at least one person out there to agree with me, so I know at least it's going to be a hung jury. Because
See you later, Wichelle. Richelle. Good to see you again. Come back soon.
this is crazy, because in this case, I'm worried that we get one person who disagrees with us and makes it a hung jury because it's an 11-1. It's like normally I want to always get that one on there that's a hang jury. Normally defendants don't take the stand.
No, that's right.
Normally defendants don't take the stand, and normally, he just wants to get at least one person so it hangs. This wasn't like getting one person so it hangs. He was worried that it was going to be, one person to vote for you so it hangs. He was worried that he was only going to get 11 out of 12. He's like, we need to get you home. We need to get 12 out of 12, not 11 out of 12. I don't want to get 10-2 and do this thing over again for the hung jury. They'll do it over again. We need to get all 12. We bring Josh Dubin in that's going to really dig into these people's profiles and get the right people on here. Not one. I feel like I'm still in a fucking movie. Not one person. I mean, I know that's not an appellate issue, but it's just a realization.
Appellate court, Court of Appeals, I would like a retrial because I couldn't even get one jury member to agree with me. And they came back really fast, even though they had dinner as well. And I would like a new trial. That'd be great, wouldn't it? Your Honor, I was found guilty, so I want to do it again. And I want to keep doing it again and again and again until I can go home. I'm not going to be doing anything else.
He said it's between Josh Dubin and his team and Kate and all the effort he put in. For him to tell me I did a 95% on the stand, he said to me, he said, if you do a 70%, I'm driving you home. There's not a doubt in my mind. You do 70%, I'm driving you home. He said, that's all you got to get. He said, you got a 95 because this is the best you've ever testified. This is the best I've seen. You're sharp.
I just realized that I did this whole show on the fucking headphone microphone thing, which is bad. I've changed it now, so it should be better for the last 20 minutes. But I think our new microphone is arriving tomorrow, fresh from Sweden. All the best microphones are Swedish microphones.
Your point, you made your point, you make a big deal about everything of her, it was cool. Like, you carried the day. This was all you, man. Yeah. This was you, man. You carried the day. Like, I got you there, but you did it, man. We were so pumped last Friday.
I know. We were all
I haven't talked to Michael in a long time. And I called him up on the phone. I mean, it's got to be last time I talked to him was 118 days. So I called him up on the phone, and I was like, he was like, man, you did fantastic. He's like, I was impressed with you. He's like, she was getting frustrated with you. Like, he's like, she was like, I knew she was frustrated with you. She started asking you, how old is Bree? And what does she do for Dave? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, we really worked hard, and
The case came in good, and Dan's a closer. Dan walks around saying his specialty is closing. Like, he's he's as good as they come, and his specialty is closing. Like, I'm literally giving away all my stuff, taking my phone numbers with me to court, because I don't think they're going to bring me back. It's high profile. They're just going to release me from the courthouse.
Really, I think everyone was just blindsided by that. Really, everyone.
I mean, it's not an appellate issue to go, hey, we were blindsided by the verdict. Like, you're incomprehensible.
No.
But not here.
No. It's supposed to be unpredictable.
Listen, not when you have everything come in perfect and Josh Dubin picking the jury. This wasn't me picking the jury. This was Josh Dubin picking the jury. Like, that's impossible for everything to come in perfect and even better. I mean, he's been with witnesses. He got more out of Luis Rivera than he thought he'd get.
Yeah.
He got more out of other people than he thought he got. He got them to admit that they didn't have to admit. I mean, they said to Luis Rivera, could it have been an extortion? He could have been. She lied to me.
Yeah.
He didn't have to say that. He could just go, I don't know.
Yeah.
He didn't give you I don't knows all day. He gave him something huge. If those facts didn't mean anything, we had a pile of shit. You had a pile of shit sitting next to the jury, dropped off by someone who was on their way to Miami, like she said she wanted to be in the book. She belittled you people from Tallahassee, and she made her way to the big city of Miami. And she even wrote about it. She wrote what she was going to do, and then she did it, and she showed up at the scene. Now you see why, like, those people fucking hate me. You put all that in there, and then you show an autopsy photo for 10 minutes and just talk about things. That's not a PowerPoint. You shouldn't be allowed to, like, I mean, maybe it's an appellate issue that she showed it twice. Maybe it's an appellate issue for how long she left it up there. But she was basically just lying her ass off and then showing autopsy photos. I mean, listen, Dan never thought that it would have been like this up there. He never would have spoken like he did.
Never had anything like this.
Did he say he's never seen anything like this?
Pretty much.
Did he, sorry, Mom, it just doesn't seem real.
No, I know it doesn't seem real to us either.
No. It's time to set the phone to 10:30 or no?
10:45. Yeah, Dad's asking me, he doesn't want you to get cut off. Is it 10:30 or 10:45 that they cut it off?
It should be 10:45 when the phone cuts off. It just happened to pick up my tablet at 10:30 yesterday.
Okay. I want you to get cut. Okay.
But it's like, I mean, it doesn't seem real. I'm feeling a little better now talking to you guys, talking to Bree tonight. But we'll get the appellate lawyers as Tuesday day. I don't want to spend a fortune, but we got to get somebody good. I'm going to save money now.
Charlie, I'm getting names tomorrow, so trust me, I'm on it. I'm trying. We get names, and I'll have to talk to you, and yeah.
I mean, listen, we brought in Josh Dubin. Like, this is not Charlie and Dan picking the jury. Oh, we screwed up. This is somebody who wrote the fucking book on jury selection. And then this was a case that came in as a code, like even better. And then the evidence against me was so unbelievably strong that for 6 years they don't arrest me.
Right. And then the evidence didn't change.
Yeah. If the evidence didn't change, you're taking the whole case without my mom and sister. Like, the whole case with my mom and sister, there was no talk about, like, behaving. She couldn't get any headway with me, so she did it with everything else. She painted the whole picture, but while she was doing it, she was insulting people in Tallahassee. That's honest to God, that's where you lose people. Race, religion, and insulting person. And she knew it. You know, and you spin race, religion, insult them personally, put together date lines, and then you throw some autopsy photos in. And then before it's over, you throw some more autopsy photos in. And you get sick. You get angry, you feel insulted, you feel like you're smarter than this person that's doing this, and this person's arrogant,
this person thinks he's untouchable. What are they telling you when they're saying that and showing you autopsy photos? Oh, I'll show him who's untouchable. He thinks he's arrogant, Ms. Castleman? She's saying I'm arrogant. I'm arrogant, I'm untouchable, and I'm showing you the autopsy photos. You want to get somebody back when you're being like, when the person's saying that they think they're better than you, they think they're smarter than you, they're writing books, they're telegraphing their moves in the book. Use your common sense. The girl showing up at the crime scene is writing a fucking book. She's telling you where she's moving. Like, it's not real, because you know what? You take these simple lines, and I will tell you that some of the coincidences are fucking scary. But you take the simple lines, you get them to hate the people, you show them coincidences that are extremely hard to believe, that the prime suspect shows up coincidentally at the crime scene. Literally. They went and got prime suspect number one, the person who just drove by the crime scene. And you want to say, think with your common sense. Yeah, your common sense says she has to be involved. And if she's involved, he's involved. But that's not the case.
No,
I mean, but that's as much the case as me calling the home phone number because you get better reception on my cell phone. Like, it's not the case either, but it's a statistically significant event. I mean, what are the chances of me calling the home phone number though? All the few trips that these guys went out. Like, by the way, you know, like the first time that these guys went up, they rented I think like a silver Maxima or a silver Nissan Altima 2004 4-door.
Right.
It was the identical car that Jeff owned.
I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah. But then you ask Luis Rivera, hey, did anyone tell you to rent a certain car, or was there any reason behind what car you rented? And he's like, no. Okay, then it wasn't a frame job. But literally, when Dan showed me what it was, he's like, this is like the same car that he owned, like the identical car. Like, and then Jeff goes like, there's only 2 times that summer that I went on a vacation. The first week of June, and I was going to leave on the 18th, and I left the 17th instead. Those are the only 2 trips I took all summer. That's significant if you're talking about framing somebody.
Yeah.
Like, maybe I guess you just chalk it up to another coincidence, but like, there would be corroboration with the people that did it if that's what the plan was.
That's right.
But that's why it was just something that Jeff was trying to throw. That's why Jeff was so upset. He thought he was getting framed. He was sure.
No, that's the reason he did that. Of course. Wouldn't have done it otherwise.
No, that's why he went in, like guns a-blazing, throwing every name out there, and saying, look at her brother. Because I had a Ferrari. I had money. I'm a brother. Throw the name out. Her family. He's everything. You know, South Florida's Cuban. Oh, he's got to know some Cuban people. No one was Cuban. So, like, oh, Hispanic. Well, Hispanic's not Cuban. He's a Cuban. So, like, but it's just like, I get it. He thought he was being framed. He got mad, and he was trying to point fingers at everyone else but him. They don't look at me, look at him. Look at this guy. Like, let me put some fluff in there. But at the end of the day, it's still another witness for the state showing up and throwing shit. So it's like if they can make Wendi look bad, if they can make Wendi look as guilty as she can without arresting her, then they can convict me. That's basically what it comes down to. That's basically what it comes down to. If they can make Wendi look as guilty as sin, then I have to be guilty. That's why they were going after Wendi the other day. Yeah, I still say, like, what are the chances of suspect number 1 traveling to the crime scene?
Yeah. It's so absurd, and yet not for these people.
Well, it happened, didn't it?
Yeah.
Not to these people, these Tallahassee people that have had their weak little minds infected by the podcasters.
I mean, it's either either a coincidence or she's involved. You be the judge. Who benefits? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even beat a dead horse, but that's what the case came down to, and it came down to them getting rid of any possible juror that could have been good for me. And there wasn't many to pick with. It was slim picking. It was slim picking, and anybody who could have been possibly good got X'd off. And with this population, it was either slim pickings or they have it out for you. They're gonna have it out for you.
Yeah.
So it never would have flown. She couldn't win on the facts with me, but she could win on a character assassination in a Dateline special. With a slam dunk. Listen, Dan's too smart to really be that wrong. Let me just put it that way. For him,
and you know, we both know that's absolutely true.
Yeah, this was not a case with the facts. And like at one time, I was going through this case with Dan, and you know what he said to me? He said, "This was a normal case. The evidence that we have to prove your innocence at this time." He said, "I think I would call up the prosecutor and say, let's just meet, see if you guys can go over this together and see if you want to dismiss the case." Those were his exact words to me.
Wow.
One thing we're going through. He goes, this evidence is so compelling of your innocence. He goes, if this was a normal case, I probably would sit down and show the prosecutor what we have at this point and see if they want to dismiss the case. That's what he was. That's what he felt with the case. He was worried about one juror not being with us. You know, you got Josh Dubin, the guru, couldn't find his love. That's with a case that you have this much, like where they're lacking so much. They don't even have a credible witness. Like, so it's a he said, she said, but you have the she said is lying through her teeth.
Right.
So what are you up against? You're up against the town. If there ever was like a extenuating circumstance where the temperature in the town made it so you couldn't have had a fair shake, this is got to be the case.
Yeah.
I mean, it has to be. I mean, the case has gotten that big. If there was ever a case that people said, like, you're not going to get a fair trial if God came down and tried this case, and not because there's, like, overwhelming evidence. There's not.
No,
But there's overwhelming bullshit that paints a picture that's beyond horrible. It paints a picture, it paints the motive, it makes these people look like horrible people. You lie through your teeth, and there's no way. There is no way you could have brought back Johnny Cochran. You would not have won this case, and not because of evidence, but because of the shit shoot, because of the Dateline special. Like, this can't be the end.
That's where we're going to find it. There's enough stuff that needs to be addressed, and I'm not going to give up. I'm going to fight it.
Well, I just hope that that it's not the kind of thing that gets to, like, you know, judges that only really see the side of the state, and they're like, well, you know, like, you got screwed. All right. You know, like, jury spoken. Like, I just hope that there's actually extenuating circumstances that people could look at a case and go, like, this is too serious of a thing, and the way the state did it, but hey, they convinced the jury. Doesn't matter how they did it, I guess.
Well, maybe it does matter how they did it. There are some things in there that may matter. I've got a list of them, and we're going to see what we could do.
Did Dan say that there's a chance, like a legitimate chance with some of the stuff they did? Or?
No, I didn't talk to him about that. I had too many other things to talk about. I didn't talk about that, and I wanted to but that's why I said I don't know whether it's 30 days or 60. Okay. Maybe 30. I need to find out that, and I need to get some names and check some people out, get some advice.
I'm sure Wendi will know some people. We'll know some people that would be good advice
She
to
might.
get.
She might.
It's just
You have to see what happens with the jury, with those 3 jurors.
I know. Well, that's what we got to see that first. But that doesn't stop me from, in the meantime, trying to get somebody, even if it's backup, want to have it.
No, I appreciate you guys helping me.
Well, as I said earlier, and it's for legal reasons. It's not for any other reason that you haven't spoken to Wendi yet. But I can only tell you she's a mess. She's a mess.
Yeah. No, listen, she saw what happened there. They saw the courts that they put her on trial, but they basically used a ton of shit on her to dirty me up.
Yeah, that's what they did.
You know, they would have, you know, there's a point of, I mean, but has other people said to you that there's like legal ground that could maybe do something with this?
There are thoughts that something could be done, but you know, I'm not going to discuss it with you now. Dan will tell you after we get some more information.
Yeah. No, that's good. Hopefully there's some juror misconduct. That's the easiest way to get something overturned is juror misconduct. That's the number one way I've heard.
Say that again? That what?
Jury misconduct is the number one way to get something overturned.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's why I'm hoping they find something that would make life easy.
That would be a dream.
That would be a dream.
The jury misconduct is the quickest way to get rid of it.
Oh, I know. That's the number one reason.
Yeah, that's the biggest and the best reason. But there has to be extenuating circumstances when you're talking about like what went on here in this town, because there's no way that Dan was as prepared as he was. I did the 95% job I did. Josh Newman comes in and, with this jury, let me tell you something. This jury ain't any different than any other jury you're pulled in this town. If you can't get 1 in 12, how the f*** are you going to get 12?
Charlie, it's FYI, it's 10:41. So, I hate when they put you while you're talking. That always upsets me.
No, but they could do it at any time with the reception on the thing. But,
Harvey Adelson's probably just quietly placed a gun on the dining room table and is mouthing to Donna, "Get him off the phone now. Tell him the guard's got to come and pick up his tablet. Just end the fucking call now."
Well, like, if the truth is that it wasn't Dan, it wasn't me, I'm innocent, and it's this town.
Wasn't Kate, wasn't Zubin,
You see, this is Charlie Adelson all over, right? He's received life in prison, but his primary objective at the moment is to believe, to self-delude and say, we didn't lose because of me or Dan. It was Wendy's book, crazy emails, driving down Trescott. That's the only solace he has left to try and find for himself. You know, which is amazing. And not constructive to his cause overall.
You had the best. You really had the best.
I really had the A team. And you're going to tell me that between Dan, his team, how much evidence that they had that I was innocent, how much things to raise reasonable doubt, that they couldn't come up with one fucking juror to vote for me? Not one. Well, you need 12 to walk out. 12 to get you out the door. We couldn't get one. You think another batch of jurors was going to get me 12 in Tallahassee?
But his confusion is entirely based around Daniel Rashbaum's sales pitch. You know, he made them believe that he was the guy to get this done, understood everything, knew it was going well, knew how to get it done. If you get a 70%, I'm driving you home, you know? Who's giving the score, Dan? Me. You know, more and more I think about Daniel Rashbaum. you know, the more I actually build respect for him, because what he did was just a fucking con job on these guys. And who deserves it more than them? Nobody, that's it.
Not with that slideshow. Not with that slideshow. She got frustrated with the witness, but the slideshow worked like a charm. You there?
I'm here. It'll be up here.
But you know, like, there's no way that Dan could have been that sure about that case. Like, okay, you could say with that jury, you don't stand a chance. Over that jury, because you're going to tell me another jury you're going to get 12?
No.
That ain't going to happen. The state won't let it. They're going to have the 2 in 10 that are actually going to give you a fair shot. They're going to take off, and then the other 8 are shit. They're all shit. You know, the fair shot people would be an anonymous person taking a case to court under a normal circumstance, not podcasts and Dateline and 2020 and global news and on the radio every day, and newspaper, and a small town, radio, newspaper, television, blogs, like nonstop third trial going on, them calling me the mastermind, like it was their Super Bowl. Anyway, I love you guys.
I love you too, honey. I love you, Charlie.
All right. I'm doing better. I do better when I talk to you guys.
Good. That's good. I know it's
Yeah.
light and it's hard in there, but try to close your eyes and get some
You got about 3 days to get that done, Charlie, because we've got a plane to catch.
rest. Okay, it's a tough day.
No, I'll give you guys a call tomorrow, okay?
Perfect. Anytime. We're super early. Anytime you want.
All right. Me too. I love you guys.
I love
take
you.
a Xanax. Better off taking a Xanax than a heart attack, okay?
We got it.
Make Dad take a
All right.
pill.
Love you guys.
I love you too, sweetie. Good night.
All right.
Good night.
Bye. Love you.
Love you.
Love you guys. Bye.
Love you too.
I think it's
Don't forget to like and subscribe so you don't miss the next one.
Yeah, like and subscribe.
Try
I do better when I talk to you guys.
Good. That's good. I know it's light and it's hard in there, but
Boom. Right, that was the end of another round, guys. We've not got many left now. Let's just double check what the total duration is of everything we've got left. So that was 20 and 21, and now we are going to be doing this one. 40, 35, and 35. Okay, we'll be done with this by tomorrow. We'll be done with this by tomorrow and probably have some room for something else. Perhaps. Good. Anything else? Do you need anything from me? Okay, good night, Deb H, who went a while ago. Lego person, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to have you back. Ivy, Simon, Wendi, what went wrong? So many things, Ivy, Simon. What time is it? 4 hours, 23 minutes. I guess that's as good a place as any to cut it off, cut it dry. So we'll go. Many thanks, everybody, for coming. Good to see Rochelle again. And everyone else. Okay? Thank you, Super Chatters, Super Coffee Go-Getters, moderators, everybody else. Links in the description for the Adelson merch. Okay, thank you, everybody. Good night.